Chapter 2066. In the celestial Venerable city, where the phoenix nest used to be, an extremely powerful fluctuation suddenly spread out. The void cracked and chaotic chi overflowed. What's going on? The experts in immortal Venerable city immediately sensed the fluctuation. A few silhouettes rushed out of the city and disappeared into the horizon. Rumble! The mountain shook and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. They were like bolts of black lightning that spread out in all directions. In the void, there was a vague and illusory space. The space had a radius of 12 miles. There were mountains, forests, lakes, and streams inside. At this time, there were many birds and beasts running away in this illusory space. If there was a saint who sealed himself here, he would definitely be able to recognize what this void was. This was a grotto heaven that was about to appear in the human world. A grotto heaven was about to break through the barrier of heaven and earth, return from the chaos, and reappear in the human world. This is a white-haired old man appeared in the distant sky. He didn't come closer, but just stood in the sky and watched. He obviously had some scruples. Soon, other figures appeared in the nearby area. Those who could be the first to arrive were not weak. The void was collapsing, and a world wrapped in chaotic chi was about to reappear. Above the chaotic chi, there were countless Tao patterns intertwined. Those were bright fire Tao patterns. In that grotto heaven, there was a figure sitting in the sky. His whole body was blooming with divine fire. The shadow of an immortal bird was faintly discernible in the divine fire. This person was the Iron Blood Taoist. When the Iron Blood Taoist entered the Phoenix Nest Grotto Heaven, he wanted to refine it into his body and turn it into his own inner world. However, refining it was easier said than done. Even though the Iron Blood Taoist was the descendant of the immortal Taoist, it took him nearly 10 years to gradually refine the Phoenix Nest Grotto Heaven. Today, he finally had the ability to absorb it into his body. The Phoenix Nest Grotto Heaven would become a thing of the past. It would be refined by the Iron Blood Taoist into his body and become his inner world. With this as the foundation, the Iron Blood Taoist foundation would become even stronger. His decision to follow Gu Fei was absolutely the right decision. Boom! The Phoenix Nest Heavenly Abode continued to crush the void. It was about to enter the great world and return from the primal chaos. Outside the heavenly abode, the primal chaos was vast and mighty. It was as if there were tens of thousands of primal chaos dragons dancing in the air. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone was shocked, especially those from the Xian clan. They were completely dumbfounded. Back then, they had once attacked the Phoenix's nest and were great enemies with the Iron Blood Taoist. It's really him. Hurry up and go back and report. A member of the Xian clan cried out. They recognized the person in the celestial dwelling that was surrounded by chaos, and their expressions all changed. Someone quickly left. Taishua, that kid finally succeeded. There was a group of people standing in the clouds far in the distance. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in black. There was no powerful aura coming from this young man. He was just like an ordinary person. However, it was impossible for an ordinary person to stand in the void and not fall. Hearing the black-clothed youth call the Iron Blood Taoist brat, the people behind the black-clothed youth couldn't help but look at each other. Only this person would dare to call their boss like that. This group of people was none other than Gu Fei, his disciple, and the 12 great bandits. Master, how do we open an inner world? Gu Zhong's eyes turned red when he saw the Iron Blood Taoist absorbing the celestial dwelling into his body. With an inner world, a cultivator would have a source of spirit energy with them. With an inner world, even if they entered a region devoid of spirit energy, they wouldn't have to worry about the constant depletion of their essence. Opening an inner world. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. Although he had more than one inner world, he was unable to explain how he managed to open it. The crowd pricked up their ears as well. Opening an inner world was extremely important to every cultivator. However, Gu Fei didn't say anything. After pondering for a while, Gu Fei finally spoke. Whether or not one can open an inner world depends on one's own comprehension. Or, like the iron blood Taoist, one can refine the celestial dwelling into their own inner world. This, the crowd couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Refining a celestial dwelling into an inner world wasn't something just anyone could do. After all, those celestial dwellings all had their own masters and couldn't be refined so easily. This seemed to be the only shortcut. The inner world that one opened was very unstable and could collapse at any time. In order to truly open one's own inner world, one might need to become a sage. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion came from the front. Then, an extremely powerful wave of energy spread out. The Phoenix Nest celestial dwelling finally broke through the void and entered this part of the world. The energy fluctuations that swept out caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators even retreated into the distance. "It really is the iron blood Taoist," someone exclaimed. "He's actually refining that celestial dwelling." Countless rays of divine light rushed out of the iron blood Taoist body like divine chains and entered the entire celestial dwelling. A black hole appeared where his dantian was. A heaven-devouring force surged out from the black hole and enveloped the entire celestial dwelling. The Phoenix Nest celestial dwelling shook as billions of runes flickered. The celestial dwelling gradually shrank. He's refining the celestial dwelling into his body. Everyone was extremely shocked. This iron blood Taoist was too domineering. He actually dared to refine the celestial dwelling into his body. Wasn't he afraid that his body would explode? Rumble, chaotic aura surged. Countless runes appeared outside the Phoenix Nest celestial dwelling. The celestial dwelling was shrinking as the power of the great path surged. The iron blood Taoist expression was extremely grave. He was giving it his all. Dazzling divine, fire shone from his body. An immortal firebird appeared within the divine fire as if it was about to break free and soar into the sky. The immortal bird mystic art had been activated to the extreme. The iron blood Taoist's robe was drenched in sweat as if he had just come out of water. Roar! The iron blood Taoist roared. The 3,000 divine chains coming from his body clanked. That was the natural power of the laws of heaven and earth that he had already mastered. It was also because he had mastered the laws of heaven and earth that he could refine the celestial dwelling into his body and turn it into his own inner world. Otherwise, if he rashly refined the celestial dwelling into his body would really explode. Humph. Chapter 2067. Iron Blood Taoist, you still dare to show yourself? A loud roar rang out as a young man clad in battle armor charged over on a war chariot. An incomparably powerful aura surged out from the young man's body. Gu Fei was startled when he saw who it was. The youth on the chariot was Zi Yunlong. This guy had been defeated by him, yet he still dared to appear so close to Celestial Sovereign City. Could it be that Zi Yunlong's cultivation had reached a level where he no longer feared Gu Fei? "It's you!" Inside the Phoenix Nest Wonderland, the Iron Blood Taoist was startled to see who had come. He and Zi Yunlong were mortal enemies. He hadn't expected that at the critical moment when he was about to refine the Phoenix Nest Wonderland, this fellow would come to ruin things. Humph! Iron Blood Taoist, how dare you refine a paradise? I'll kill you today. Zi Yunlong had once lost to Gu Fei and the city lord. When he returned to the clan, he was punished by the clan elders to face the wall for 1,000 years. If he hadn't comprehended 9 Tao runes, he might still be in the ancestral court. You want to kill me? Come in if you dare. The Iron Blood Taoist sneered. Although Zi Yunlong was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. As long as he dared to enter the paradise, he could activate its power and kill him. Do you think I'm stupid? Let's go in. Zi Yunlong stood on the chariot, surging with immortal energy. He couldn't enter the paradise. Even if he comprehended 9 Tao runes, he'd still die. The 3,000 chains were completely under the iron blood Taoist control. In other words, he had the entire paradise under his control. With a single thought, he could activate the power of a saint. In the current era, no one could resist the power of a saint. I didn't think that the Xian clan would produce such scoundrels. The Iron Blood Taoist said disdainfully. He knew that Zi Yunlong wanted to take advantage of the moment he refined the phoenix nest into his body to attack. That was indeed the Iron Blood Taoist's weakest moment. If Zi Yunlong really did attack then, he wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. I don't care what you say, as long as I can kill you. Even if you call me a bastard, I'll endure it. As Zi Yunlong spoke, a cold and cruel smile appeared on his face. His eyes flashed with ferocity. This was a rare opportunity to kill the Iron Blood Taoist, and he did not want to let it go. Good, very good. The Iron Blood Taoist gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He never thought that the person who was punished by the elders of the Xian clan for 1,000 years would appear again. The 12 great bandits were very well informed. The matter of Zi Yunlong being punished to face the wall was not a secret, so the Xian clan did not try to hide it. Zi Yunlong stood proudly on the chariot, no longer speaking. He coldly stared at the Iron Blood Taoist in the Phoenix Nest Paradise. He was waiting, he was very patient. In the Xian clan, this person was only second to Zi Yunxiao and his sister. He was indeed an ambitious person who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. The scariest thing about him was that he was patient and vengeful. Zi Yunlong, this guy, I'll give him a surprise later. In the distant clouds, Gu Fei saw this scene, but he was not in a hurry to show himself. Many things had happened in the past 10 years. The immortal Venerable city had already changed masters. The city lord of the everlasting city had been killed by Zi Yunlong. After comprehending the 9th rune, Zi Yunlong's strength had greatly increased. It was him who led the Fire Clan out of the 10 tribes 3 years ago. This time, because Gu Fei and the 12 great bandits were nowhere to be found, Zi Yunlong did not encounter too much resistance and arrived at the immortal Venerable city. Zi Yunlong challenged the everlasting city lord to a duel. Within 10 moves, he twisted off the everlasting city lord's head, killing the expert that guarded the Central Plains immortal palace. The Xian clan broke through the defensive line of the Center Plains and killed their way into the land of the Center Plains. In the past 2 to 3 years, they had occupied more than half of the territory of the Center Plains. 10 years ago, in the Wildlands, the old lord of the Center Plains had already suffered a great loss in order to kill the Saint Beast in the Forbidden Area. Zi Ruo from the Xian clan and the Holy Grandmother joined hands to attack the Central State Immortal Estate, and almost killed the old palace lord of the Central State. The commotion from that battle was too great, and it was said that many experts in the Central State Immortal Estate died. In the end, the old lord of the Center Plains had to use an ancestral artifact to scare Zi Ruo and the Holy Grandmother away. It was the first time in several tens of thousands of years that someone had attacked the Center Plains. Moreover, the enemy could escape unscathed. This was a resounding slap to the face of the Center Plains. The ancient road of the human was in the Center Plains. The Center Plains controlled the ancient road of the human. This made many superpowers very dissatisfied. They believed that the ancient road of the human belonged to the entire cultivation world of the human race. The Xian clan used this as an excuse to start a war. When the majority of the superpowers responded, the Huangjin clan of the Northern Lands formed an alliance with the Xian clan. The Huangjin clan killed their way out from the Northern Lands. The Golden Warriors destroyed everything in their way. They only stopped when they were less than 30,000 li away from the Center Plains. The Buzhou Demon clan also took advantage of this chaotic time to jump out. A true ancient, great demon awakened from his slumber. With a wave of his arm, countless experts of the demon clan immediately submitted to him. The Buzhou demon clan that had gradually declined began to prosper again. The eastern domain of the eastern region of the eastern region, the eastern sacred land, was unwilling to be left out. A great monk from the ancient era appeared and entered the center plains to deliver the masses from suffering. Now, the entire ancestral star of Buzhou was covered in the clouds of war. There was only one word to describe it: chaos. But in general, all the superpowers had their eyes on the ancient road of the human in the center plains. The center plains immortal mansion was in trouble because of their wealth. On the surface, the superpowers were attacking the center plains immortal mansion together. But in reality, they all had their own plans. The current Zi Yunlong was already the city lord of the celestial Venerate city. As the city lord, he had the fire god palaces, fire god's warrior army, under his command. This was an army that could help him conquer the world. There were also experts sent by the Ziyun clan around him. These experts were experts that protected Zi Yunlong in the dark. Even Zi Yunlong found it difficult to detect their existence. Ever since he comprehended the 9 Taoist patterns, Zi Yunlong's status became as important as the siblings of Zi Yunshao, because comprehending the 9 Taoist patterns meant that Zi Yunlong could definitely become a saint. Of course, Zi Yunlong's 9 Taoist patterns were the same as Gu Fei's 9 Taoist patterns. They were embryonic, blurry, and had not truly taken shape yet. At this time, from the direction of the celestial Venerate city, another group of soldiers wearing fiery red battle suits rushed over. A powerful, murderous aura swept over. Chapter 2068. There were only a few dozen soldiers in this group, less than 100. However, every single soldier emitted an incomparably powerful aura. Some people discovered that there was actually not a single weakling in this group of soldiers. Dozens of immortal emperor soldiers. Zhu Guliang, who was behind Gu Fei, spoke in astonishment. Immortal emperor soldiers. This was a group of powerful immortal emperors. When these immortal emperors gathered together and formed a battle formation, they could definitely fight against a supreme expert. The 10 tribes of the Ziyun clan were not to be trifled with. The Fire God Palace was the strongest among the 10 tribes. Dozens of immortal emperor soldiers formed a battle formation. Even a mighty expert would not dare to go against them. Guard the 4 sides. Don't let anyone come in. Zi Yunlong directly ordered the dozens of Fire God warriors. Yes, sir. The dozens of Fire God warrior soldiers immediately dispersed. Each of them held a raging flame flag in their hands and formed a battle formation, sealing Iron Blood Taoist and the Phoenix Nest Cave. The onlookers were shocked. Zi Yunlong was truly arrogant. He actually dared to attack Iron Blood Taoist. Wasn't he afraid that Gu Fei would come back to settle the score with him? It wasn't a secret that Iron Blood Taoist was following Gu Fei. Damn, I'll kill you first. Iron Blood Taoist's face changed. Zi Yunlong was truly vicious. He had sealed all his escape routes. It would be hard for him to escape even if he wanted to. The battle formation formed by dozens of immortal emperor soldiers had sealed a part of the void. Even the greater teleportation talisman had lost its effect. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out from Iron Blood Taoist's body. 19 divine chains of law rushed out from his body, piercing through the void, reaching out from the Phoenix Nest Paradise and lunging at Zi Yunlong. That was the power of the laws of the Phoenix Nest Paradise. It had the power of a true saint, as long as one was entangled by one of the divine chains, not to mention Zi Yunlong, who had comprehended the 9 Tao patterns. Even a saint who had sealed himself would die. His body and soul would be destroyed. Swoosh! Zi Yunlong soared into the sky from the chariot and dodged the 19 divine chains of laws. Then he quickly retreated and hid far away. He knew that he was no match for Steel Blood Taoist. He had to wait for Steel Blood Taoist to be at his weakest before dealing with him. Boom! With a loud bang, Zi Yunlong's chariot was swept by the 19 chains of laws and immediately exploded. The powerful force turned it into dust and dissipated into the void. Preposterous! The Iron Blood Taoist's attack missed, so he stopped attacking. Now that it was a critical moment, he could not spare any strength to kill Zi Yunlong. Rumble! In the Phoenix Nest Grotto Heaven, a dreadful energy wave that could even change the color of the sky spread out. The divine chains on Iron Blood Taoist's body shone with dazzling divine light. The heavenly abode was shrinking rapidly. Seeing this, Zi Yunlong sneered from afar. Soon, the Iron Blood Taoist time of death is almost here. Taoist, you will still die in my hands in the end. Zi Yunlong became somewhat excited. His eyes emitted a wild light, like an ancient beast staring at its prey. At this time, many experts from the immortal sovereign city arrived. When they saw that Zi Yunlong wanted to attack the Iron Blood Taoist, they couldn't help but be shocked. Among these people, there were descendants of the Ziyun clan. They did not want to offend Gu Fei. After all, he was definitely a genius assassin. In reality, the enmity between Gu Fei and the Ziyun clan had not reached an irreconcilable point. However, if Zi Yunlong killed the Iron Blood Taoist, things would be different. Once Gu Fei went crazy, the consequences would be dire. One must know that the Hellion family had suffered a great loss. 2 of their old ancestors had successively died in Gu Fei's hands. This was also the reason why the Hellion family's resistance was so weak. Even the ancestral weapon of the Hellion clan was stolen by Gu Fei. Brother Long, what you're doing isn't very good. A descendant of the Ziyun clan came to Zi Yunlong's side and said, "What?" Zi Yunlong suddenly turned around and glared at the descendant. His eyes flashed with a cold, murderous light. Someone actually dared to question him now. Brother Long, the descendant was a little afraid. He knew very well that the current Zi Yunlong was no longer the Zi Yunlong of the past. The current Zi Yunlong was in the limelight and had the upper hand in the clan. "Shut your dog mouth and scram." Zi Yunlong pointed at the descendant and shouted. The descendant showed a hint of anger on his face, but he did not say anything in the end. He turned around and left. This Zi Yunlong is too arrogant. The other descendants of the Ziyun clan conversed. Arrogant and domineering. With his personality, it's hard to convince others. He definitely won't have a good ending. The descendants of the Ziyun clan conversed. This guy still wants to replace Zi Yunxiao and his sister? Keep dreaming. A descendant of the Ziyun clan said hatefully. Of course, they did not dare to say these things out loud. They could only converse privately through telepathy. Otherwise, if Zi Yunlong heard them, they would definitely suffer. Zi Yunlong's arrogant and prideful personality was gradually revealed as his cultivation increased. At this moment, the paradise had already shrunk to a radius of a few hundred meters. The Iron Blood Taoist had already used up most of his spiritual energy and used up more than half of it. There was only one last step left. Devour! He let out a furious roar, and the black hole in his dantian suddenly expanded, enveloping a part of the world and swallowing the mountain-like grotto heaven in an instant. Die! Just as the Steel Blood Taoist was about to devour the grotto heaven, Zi Yunlong moved. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Steel Blood Taoist. He then extended his hand and slammed it down on the Steel Blood Taoist's head. Within his palm, terrifying waves of God's power pulsed. If this palm hit, even a mountain would be turned to dust. The Iron Blood Taoist paled. He knew that this moment had finally come. Zi Yunlong really did not want to let him go and wanted to destroy his soul. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist cultivation was useless because he had used up more than half of his spiritual energy. He could only watch as his opponent's palm slammed down on him, unable to do anything. Die. Chapter 2069. Boom! Zi Yunlong used his ultimate technique and slammed his palm down on the iron blood Taoist's head. Within his palm, purple light pulsed, and Tao runes appeared. This was the power of the 9 Tao runes. If the iron blood Taoist was hit by this, he would not survive even if he had 10 lives. However, just as Zi Yunlong was in a state of ecstasy, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed Zi Yunlong's palm. What? Zi Yunlong's shock was no small matter. A burst of anger erupted from his chest. Who dared to save the person he wanted to kill? Go to hell! Zi Yunlong did not even look. His left hand reached out to the right. Divine light rushed out from each of his fingers. The extremely sharp divine light pierced through the void between heaven and earth. Since they dared to stop him from killing the iron blood Taoist, then they should be prepared to be killed. Zi Yunlong was merciless. Even the disciples of the Zi Yun clan were killed. Humph! A cold snort came from the side. Then, another hand reached out and shattered the divine light on Zi Yunlong's left hand. The hand then grabbed Zi Yunlong's 5 fingers. Only then did Zi Yunlong realize that the person who had stopped him had a frighteningly high cultivation. Both of his palms had been grabbed by the other party. He wanted to pull his palms back, but the other party's strength was so strong that he couldn't pull his palms back no matter how hard he tried. It's you! When Zi Yunlong saw the person grabbing his hands, his eyes instantly widened and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He was shocked to the extreme. What, you want to kill me? That person looked at Zi Yunlong with a smile on his face. Zi Yunlong was both shocked and angry. He did not think that it was this person. This guy had disappeared for almost 10 years. Why did he jump out again? Roar! Zi Yunlong attacked with all his strength. 9 blurry Tao runes rushed out from his hands. The strong power of the Great Path exploded and shook off the opponent's hands. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This Zi Yunlong was not simple. He had also learned 9 Tao runes, and his mastery of them was not low either. Zi Yunlong instantly retreated, thousands of feet away. Gu Fei, you've come at the right time. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you for revenge, but you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. This couldn't be any better. Zi Yunlong's expression was somewhat crazed and hysterical. This was because Gu Fei was his greatest enemy. Since his debut, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Gu Fei. Even if you have comprehended 9 Tao patterns, you are still not my match. Gu Fei looked at Zi Yunlong calmly. Although Zi Yunlong was strong, how could he be Gu Fei's opponent? It was not a lie to say that a warrior was invincible within the same rank. Shameless boasting. I'll teach you a lesson today. As Zi Yunlong spoke, he charged straight at Gu Fei. 9 blurry Tao patterns appeared on his body. Although these 9 blurry Tao patterns were only the embryonic form of 9 Tao patterns, they could still draw upon the power of the Great Path. Boom! The power of the Great Path erupted from Zi Yunlong's body like a volcano. The space around him immediately became unstable. Transparent ripples spread from his body. Die! Zi Yunlong extended his hand. His right hand turned into a giant hand that covered the sky. In an instant, it enveloped all directions, trapping Gu Fei underneath. At the same time, it sealed off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Master! Seeing the scene, the iron blood Taoist who had just escaped from death was shocked again. A blurry Tao pattern appeared on the palm of the giant hand. There seemed to be a heaven and earth revolving there, emitting a terrifying power of destruction. Insignificant skill. Gu Fei did not even look at it. He directly punched upwards. On his fist, there were also Tao patterns appearing. Boom! With a loud sound, it was as if the heavens and earth had collapsed. The deafening sound caused everyone's ears to ring, causing the spectators' expressions to change. How is this possible? Zi Yunlong shouted. He could not believe it and could not accept this reality. There was a large hole in his hand, and the Tao pattern on his palm had been scattered by his opponent's punch. He retracted his right hand. In his palm, there was a small hole that was seeping blood. I said, "You are no match for me." Gu Fei was still calm, as if he had done something insignificant. "You!" Zi Yinlong was truly shocked. The Tao patterns that he had comprehended were actually scattered by his opponent. Those were Tao patterns that had been condensed from the power of the Great Path. "I don't believe it. I will trample you under my feet." Zi Yinlong's eyes became crazed. The 9 Tao patterns on his body appeared again. The Tao pattern that had been scattered by Gu Fei's punch also condensed again. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. Zi Yinlong's body swayed, and he actually transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed creature. Each of his 6 arms held a god's weapon, and each of his 3 heads was different. The middle head had a god's eye in the center of his brows. As for the other 2 heads, one of them had 2 silver horns, and the other had a huge mouth. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This guy actually cultivated such a technique. Could it be the legendary fiend god transformation technique? The ancient fiend gods were extremely powerful. When humans cultivated the fiend god transformation technique to a high level, they could transform into a fiend god. Could it be that Zi Yinlong had obtained the inheritance of the fiend god transformation technique? The Xian clan was founded by a sovereign, yet Zi Yinlong did not cultivate the supreme godly arts of the Xian clan. Instead, he cultivated the fiend god transformation technique. Gu Fei Dai. Zi Yinlong transformed into the fiend god transformation technique and charged at Gu Fei with the 6 gods' weapons in his hands. The swords, spears, swords, and halberds danced together. It was truly a dazzling sight, and the giant hammer in the middle was even more astonishing. As it danced, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the air. "You want to fight me in close combat? You're courting death." Seeing Zi Yinlong charge at him, Gu Fei could not help but be somewhat stunned. One must know that he was the ancestor of close combat. As long as he got close, even a sealed saint would have to take 2 punches from him. Swish! Gu Fei moved. His speed was extremely fast, leaving behind an afterimage where he stood. He had already arrived in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed Zi Yinlong Bang. A fist smashed viciously into Zi Yinlong's abdomen, sending him flying tens of thousands of meters away. He crashed into the force field of the formation formed by dozens of fire god warriors, causing the entire formation to tremble. After Zi Yinlong steadied himself, he looked down and saw that there was a fist mark on his abdomen. This fist mark had sunk deep into his body, and the bones where it was hit had already been shattered. Gu Fei was very surprised. This fellow had taken a direct hit from him, but his fleshly body did not explode. It seemed that this fellow's godly demon body was somewhat useful. At the very least, this godly demon body's physique was very strong. Kill. Zi Yinlong's fiend god body was very strong. With just a thought, the fist mark on his abdomen disappeared. He then roared and once again charged at Gu Fei. "Eat my divine dragon tail whip." Gu Fei spun around, his right leg sweeping towards Zi Yinlong's head like a dragon's tail. The powerful force caused the air to explode. Roar! Zi Yinlong roared. His 6 arms swung the god's weapons at the same time, smashing towards Gu Fei's right leg. The powerful force shattered the air. Boom! The 6 gods' weapons in Zi Yinlong's hands directly smashed onto Gu Fei's right leg. The powerful force blocked Gu Fei's right leg, but Zi Yinlong's entire body was filled with boundless energy. He had already used all his strength. Only with the full force of his 6 arms could he block Gu Fei's attack. This caused Zi Yinlong to be incomparably shocked. His opponent's strength was too strong. Fiend God transformation technique is indeed powerful. Gu Fei smiled and retracted his right leg. Shua! Zi Yunlong was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, retreating far away. "Kill him for me." He directly ordered the fire god combat soldiers that formed the formation. Tens of fire god flags immediately waved, and endless divine flames rushed out from the flags, enveloping the entire space. Humph! If it's the Golden Fire, Golden Crow formation, I might have some scruples, but this formation, I think you'd better not embarrass yourself. Gu Fei glanced at the tens of fire god flags and shook his head. This grand formation was far inferior to the Golden Fire, Golden Crow formation. Kill. Zi Yunlong couldn't care less. He once again ordered the fire god combat soldiers. Those were tens of incomparably powerful immortal emperors. If it was in the past, any immortal emperor would be able to dominate a region. Rumble! The void that was enveloped by the divine flames began to tremble. Under the burning of the divine flames, the void was silently annihilated. The destructive force surged towards Gu Fei from all directions. Iron Blood Taoist was also trapped by the divine flames. At this moment, Iron Blood Taoist was at his weakest. His body was almost hollowed out. If he was burned by the divine flames, he would surely die. Ha ha! Gu Fei burst into laughter. He operated the returning truth secret art. The monstrous flames were annihilated, turning into specks of spiritual light. Under Gu Fei's guidance, the spiritual light went into Iron Blood Taoist's body. Within 100 zhang of Gu Fei's body, no matter how violent the divine flames were, they couldn't take a single step forward. All of them were turned into the most primitive spiritual qi, guided by Gu Fei into Iron Blood Taoist's body. After receiving the replenishment of the spiritual qi, Iron Blood Taoist felt that the yuan qi in his body began to recover gradually. What? How is this possible? Very quickly, Zi Yunlong felt that something was wrong. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei was actually using the power of the Grand Formation to restore Iron Blood Taoist's yuan qi. Let's go! Zi Yunlong was terrified. 10 years later, Gu Fei was even scarier, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Decisively, he crushed a jade talisman and teleported away. This guy. Chapter 2070. Zi Yunlong had actually slipped away. This made Gu Fei somewhat speechless. This bastard was really alert. As soon as he saw the situation wasn't right, he immediately slipped away. He was even more slippery than a loach. Bam! Gu Fei didn't want to play with these fire god combat soldiers anymore. He raised his hand, and a wave of energy spread out from his palm. The monstrous divine fire quickly dissipated like snow under the sun. Dozens of immortal emperor fire god combat soldiers spurted out blood and were sent flying away. Gu Fei extended his hand, and the dozens of blazing flags fell into his hand. He opened his mouth, and a ray of sword light flew out. The sword light circled around the dozens of flags, and they were immediately cut into two. Master, it's a pity to destroy them. At this time, Gu Zhong and the others had already arrived. Seeing Gu Fei destroy the dozens of fire flags, Gu Zhong couldn't help feeling heartache. One should know that although the leg of a mosquito was small, it was still flesh. Although the dozens of fire flags weren't saint tools and couldn't even be compared to the magic treasures refined by great perfection quasi-saint, they were still magic treasures. These array flags aren't very useful. You guys don't understand the grand formation of Fire God Palace. Even if you get these array flags, you won't be able to exert the true power of the array flags. Gu Fei said. Everyone thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod. The things of Fire God Palace were only suitable for the Fire God Combat soldiers of Fire God Palace. Outsiders wouldn't be able to use them. One should know that every sect and every major power had their own unique cultivation method. This Gu Fei really lives up to his reputation. Seeing that Gu Fei broke the grand formation formed by dozens of immortal emperors with just a raise of his hand, everyone who saw the scene from afar was dumbfounded and shocked. No wonder even Hellion family couldn't do anything to him. Someone exclaimed. The power of Gu Fei was obvious to all. After breaking the Grand Formation, Gu Fei didn't kill the dozens of immortal emperors, but let them leave. At his level, it wasn't worth it to attack an immortal emperor. It's time to train. I'm going to take down immortal Venerable City. After saying that, Gu Fei brought Gu Zhong and the others towards the immortal Venerable City. He wanted to give the Ziyun clan a surprise. Zi Yunlong wanted to kill his people. How could he not do something about it? Very soon, the immortal Venerable City was right in front of them. The ancient city was still as majestic as before, but the owner of the ancient city had changed to Zi Yunlong. Zi Yunlong was very strong, and he could transform into the god-fiend physique. With such battle prowess, it was no wonder that the limitless city lord was not his opponent. Gu Fei didn't care about the everlasting city leader's life or death. They stopped in a valley 10 miles away from the immortal reverent city and set up camp there. After that, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and released the thousands of soldiers under the command of the 12 bandits. Over 1,000 soldiers of the Meng family also walked out of his inner world. Very soon, a camp was set up in the valley and people could be seen walking around. The people of the 12 bandits and the Meng family made up a total of 5,000 people. This was Gu Fei's team. 5,000 soldiers, all of whom had their bodies refined by the divine blood. Of course, after Gu Zhong, the 12 bandits, and the other experts had absorbed the spirituality of the liquid in the cauldron of mountain and river, the spirituality of the liquid had dropped to a level that ordinary cultivators could bear. After the tempering, the bodies of the 5,000 fighters were as tough as divine weapons. The arrival of Gu Fei shocked the fire god soldiers in the immortal Venerable City. At this moment, in the immortal Venerable City, Supreme Flame was sitting high up in the palace of the city lord. On both sides of Supreme Flame sat the generals of the fire god palace. Your Honor, Gu Fei is coming at us ferociously. Should we avoid him first? A middle-aged general looked at Supreme Flame, who was seated on the throne, as he spoke. What, you dark-faced god, you want to retreat without a fight? Someone was unhappy. The middle-aged general heard, and his face turned even darker. White-skinned pig, what did you say? This black-faced general had a fiery temper. He abruptly stood up from his seat and stared at the fair-skinned general opposite him with a sharp glint in his eyes. Who are you calling a white-skinned pig? The general had a bad temper as well. I am talking about you. The dark-faced general said loudly. You! The general wanted to scold him. All right, all of you sit down. What a scandal! Supreme Flame, who was sitting on the throne, saw the two generals under him quarreling. He could not help but get angry, and his face turned gloomy. My lord! The dark-faced general wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Supreme Flame. All right, to fight or to retreat, I know what to do. Supreme Flame glanced at the dark-faced general and said, Yes. The dark-faced general cupped his hands and bowed to Supreme Flame before sitting down. Supreme Flame did not look too good. He did not want to anger Supreme Flame, because it would not do him any good. Gu Fei, oh Gu Fei, you've disappeared for 10 years. Why have you popped out again? Supreme Flame felt a headache coming on. Zi Yunlong was scared by Gu Fei and did not even dare to return to Celestial Venerable City. How embarrassing. The Ziyun clan had produced such an oddball. He did not know if it was a blessing or a curse. Just as Supreme Flame was having a headache, the news of Gu Fei's appearance had already spread. Very soon, the upper echelons of the Ziyun clan were alerted. Zi Yunxiao and his sister were alerted as well. Great, Gu Fei, you finally appeared. In the ancestral court of the Hellion family, the patriarch of the Hellion family suddenly stood up from his seat when he heard the report from his subordinates. A chilly killing intent immediately spread from his body, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to drop rapidly. How terrifying! The emissary beside the Hellion family had felt a wave of cold air assaulting his body. He could not help but shiver. Yes, It's time to invite that person. The patriarch of the Hellion clan then left the ancestral court of the Hellion clan. No one knew where he went. At this moment, the 5,000 soldiers under Gu Fei's command were ready. The 12 bandits had also put on their battle robes. Gu Zhong also held the Thunder God spear and followed behind Gu Fei. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei led the 5,000 soldiers towards the celestial Venerable city. He personally led the way and broke through several great formations. Like a hot knife through butter, he killed his way to the celestial Venerable city. Gu Fei, with me here, you can't be arrogant. A loud shout was heard from the top of the city. On the top of the city stood an old general. This old general was one of the 3 venerables of the Fire God Palace, Supreme Flame. Old man, Supreme Flame, I can't believe you're still alive. You're really lucky. Gu Fei was surprised to see the old general. 10 years ago, Supreme Flame was hit by him. It was not that easy to recover from that attack. However, 10 years later, Supreme Flame seemed to have completely recovered. You little brat, you still want to kill me? Huh. Chapter 2071. Old man Supreme Flame, come out and surrender if you don't want to die. Gu Fei shouted at Supreme Flame on top of the city wall. Gu Fei brat, you don't have what it takes to make me surrender. If you want to fight, let's fight. Supreme Flame said in disdain. When he was invincible, Gu Fei was still sucking on his mother's milk. How dare you ask me to surrender? Dream on. Then there's no other way. Let's fight. Gu Fei said and took a step forward, arriving in front of the city gate. He then punched the gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the tall city gate was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. More than a dozen Fire God's warriors behind the city gate were unlucky. They were directly knocked away by the heavy city gate, and some of them were directly smashed to death. Attack! The 5,000 warriors shouted in unison and rushed towards the gate. The killing intent of these 5,000 warriors was enough to change the color of the heavens and earth. They were like an unstoppable flood, rushing into the immortal Venerable city. Attack! Similarly, killing intent soared to the sky. Countless Fire God warriors rushed out from the immortal Venerable city under the leadership of their divine generals. In an instant, they clashed with the 5,000 warriors. The fleshly bodies of Gu Fei's 5,000 soldiers were extremely tough. The divine weapons in the hands of the opposing soldiers could only leave faint marks on their bodies. They couldn't even break through their flesh. What? Very quickly, the Fire God warriors in red started panicking. They couldn't kill their opponents at all. Their own people were falling one after another. The 5,000 soldiers were like a dagger, fiercely stabbing into countless Fire God warrior soldiers. Nothing could stop this torrent. Wherever they passed, Fire God warrior soldiers would fall one after another. They couldn't kill their opponents, but they could. This was a one-sided battle. Very quickly, the Fire God warriors were shocked and terrified. No one knew who was the first to run away. In less than an hour, the Fire God warriors began to flee in all directions. Facing an unkillable enemy, they could only run. It's true that whatever city lord you have, you'll get whatever warrior you have. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. The Fire God warriors were defeated. Their numbers were several times that of Gu Fei's 5,000, but they were quickly routed. There's only a Supreme Flame who dies in battle. There's never a Supreme Flame who surrenders. Gu Fei, come on, let's have a good fight. At this moment, Supreme Flame, who was on top of the city wall, knew that the situation was hopeless. The troop of warriors that Gu Fei had brought with him was truly powerful. Perhaps only the warriors of the Xian clan could fight against them. The Fire God Palace was only an external force of the Xian clan. The core force of the Xian clan was a group of soldiers trained by the clan themselves. All right, as you wish. Gu Fei leaped into the air and flew to the top of the city wall. Kill! Supreme Flame made his move right away. 81 fiery flags rushed out of his body and turned into a peerless killing formation, trapping Gu Fei within it in an instant. This was the true blazing Golden Crow Grand Formation. This Grand Formation controlled by Supreme Flame was incomparable to the Grand Formation formed by dozens of immortal Emperor warriors. The boundless divine fire had turned the void that was enveloped by the formation flags into a sea of fire. Gu Fei was like a lone boat in the sea of fire, floating and sinking in the sea of fire. Caw! A bird's cry was heard. On the 81 golden crow flags, shadows of golden crows could be vaguely seen. Very soon, 81 golden crows broke free from the flags and flew in the sea of fire. The terrifying divine fire burned the void of the heavens and earth into oblivion. Go! Supreme Flame operated the formation. The 81 shadows of the golden crows rushed towards Gu Fei at the same time. The terrifying heat made Gu Fei feel as if all the water in his body was being evaporated. Return to truth. Gu Fei immediately used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the return to truth secret art. When the boundless divine fire approached him, it was all extinguished and turned into the most primitive spiritual qi. What? Supreme Flame was shocked. This Gu Fei was actually able to refine the power of the Grand Formation. How was this possible? One should know that when the power of the Golden Crow Grand Formation was fully activated, it was equivalent to the attack of a saint. 1 qi turning 3 pure ones, kill. With a thought, the power of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao surged out from Gu Fei's body. His figure turned blurry for a moment, and then he turned into 3 people. Boom! The 3 Gu Fei used the Chaos Fist. The entire Golden Crow Grand Formation was shaken by the powerful force. The boundless divine fire was extinguished, and the 81 flags shook violently. How did this guy cultivate? His cultivation is even higher than it was 10 years ago. Supreme Flame was taken aback. The battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed was way too heaven-defying. This was definitely not a good thing for him. He had heard that this fella had even killed the old master of the Hellion family. As one of the higher-ups of the Fire God Palace, Supreme Flame naturally knew many things that others did not. The ancestor of the Hellion clan was a saint who sealed himself. This was not a secret at all among the super forces. Just when Gu Fei was showing his prowess, the celestial honor city below was already filled with blood. Countless fire god warriors were killed, and even the fire god warriors were wiped out by the 12 bandits. In less than an hour, the 5,000 warriors under Gu Fei had taken over half of the celestial honor city. Gu Fei is attacking the celestial honor city. Very soon, the news of the celestial honor city spread to the higher-ups of the Ziyun clan. Why did Gu Fei attack the celestial honor city? An old voice came from the ancestral ground of the Ziyun clan. It was an elder of the Ziyun clan who asked. This, the leader of the Ziyun clan, hesitated. This was not something to be proud of. Speak. An elder was getting impatient. Yes, as far as I know, it's Zi Yunlong's fault. He wanted to kill one of Gu Fei's right-hand men. This must be the reason why Gu Fei was offended. The leader of the Ziyun clan said, It's Zi Yunlong again. An elder was unhappy. Zi Yunlong was a troublemaker. 10 years ago, he had a bad start and returned in low spirits. Now he had offended the god of death, Gu Fei. The terror of this god of death was widely acknowledged. Otherwise, the old man of the Hellion clan would not have died in the hands of Gu Fei. This man had the ability to kill saints. Even a saint who had sealed himself would not want to offend the god of death, Gu Fei. However, Zi Yunlong had taken the initiative to provoke him. Then what should we do now? The leader of the Ziyun clan asked. Although he was the leader, the elders of the clan still had to decide the important matters of the clan. It's just a city. Tell our people to retreat. After a while, the elder of the ancestral court of the Ziyun clan said. Yes. The leader of the Ziyun clan nodded. He then left the ancestral court and gave the order to the palace, Lord of the Fire God Palace. Chapter 2072. Kill. Supreme Flame had cast a secret art that allowed him to fuse with the Grand Formation, which allowed him to display astonishing combat power. Such a method of increasing one's combat power was not Supreme Flame's unique skill. Erebus, who was on the soaring dragon ancestral star, also knew such a method. One should know that Hei-Tian was a formation master. Although Supreme Flame had lived for countless years, he was still no match for Hei-Tian in terms of the cultivation of formation. Boom! Bang! Violent sounds of collisions resounded unceasingly. Powerful forces tore the void of the heaven and earth again and again. The two experts fought from the top of the city to the sky, then from the sky to the mountains outside the immortal Venerable city. Wherever the two of them went, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. It was extremely terrifying. When the order of the Patriarch of Xian Clan reached the celestial Venerate city, the 5,000 soldiers under Gu Fei, led by the 12 bandits and Gu Zhong, had basically occupied the entire ancient city. The defeated fire god warriors began to retreat. Gu Zhong and the others did not chase after them, allowing them to retreat. There were 30,000 fire gods warriors stationed in the celestial Venerate city, but they were no match for Gu Fei's warriors, who only numbered 5,000. Only less than 10,000 fire god warriors managed to escape from the celestial Venerate city. This result shocked the messenger of the Xian clan to the extreme. In just a little over 2 hours, the 30,000 Vulcan warriors had been defeated like a collapsing mountain. Moreover, there were only 5,000 of them. It was hard to accept such an outcome. The Fire God Palace could not accept it, let alone the Xian clan. The Fire God Palace had lost more than 20,000 Fire God warriors, which was a great blow to their strength. Most importantly, the celestial Venerate city was located at the throat of the southern region to the central plains. Gu Fei had occupied the celestial Venerate city, cutting off the shortcut to the central plains from the southern region. In this way, the people of Xian clan would have to take a detour to enter the central plains, which would waste a lot of time. When the Fire God warriors retreated, the battle between Gu Fei and Supreme Flame had reached its climax. Both of them displayed their strongest combat strength. Boom! Gu Fei attacked with all his might. The power of his fist was shocking. With one punch, even Supreme Flame, who had guided the power of the formation into his body, was sent flying. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. What he cultivated was an invincible fist intent. His fist energy was firm and unyielding, especially after sitting beside the divine spring of life for 10 years. His understanding of the great Tao had deepened. The next step after a great completion, quasi-sage, would be the sage realm. However, Gu Fei knew that it would be extremely difficult to break through the shackles of the heavens and earth and become a sage. This was because not only did the heavenly Tao have to be challenged, but more importantly, there seemed to be some unbelievably powerful force in the world that was preventing the saints from reappearing in the world. Gu Fei hadn't missed the battle between the old prefecture master of the central prefecture and the holy beast in the wild little world. When the holy beast was completely unsealed, Gu Fei had clearly seen the tragic fate of the holy beast. After unsealing and regaining the power of the sage realm, one would die. This was also the reason why those sages sealed themselves. This was definitely a great secret of the heavens and earth. The more Gu Fei understood, the more shocked he was. Even if he could pass the sage tribulation, he would most likely die under that great power. If that was the case, wouldn't becoming a sage be courting death? So many cultivators in the world were fighting for the goal of seeking death. This was too ironic. The purpose of cultivation was to live forever. Who would be willing to seek death? Gu Fei felt that he had already touched that level. However, he didn't dare to do so. Once he broke through the shackles, the consequences would be unpredictable. He might even die. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to try even though he had already touched it. Roar! Supreme Flame roared in anger. The 81 flags danced around him. Endless fire elemental energy was drawn out by him. It was as terrifying as a fire saint appearing in the world. Very well. Seeing that Supreme Flame was going all out, Gu Fei's battle blood began to boil. This Supreme Flame was definitely a rare opponent. An opponent like this was worthy of Gu Fei's respect. Boom! Supreme Flame fiercely confronted Gu Fei's attack. The fist that was surrounded by divine fire crashed into the fist that was surging with chaotic chi. A loud bang erupted, as if a volcano had suddenly erupted. A powerful force spread out, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The bones in Supreme Flame's hand were broken. Gu Fei's fist was harder and stronger than Supreme Flame's. In such a head-on confrontation, Supreme Flame couldn't gain any advantage. However, at Supreme Flame's level of cultivation, the injuries on his body healed very quickly. However, this was no ordinary injury. Supreme Flame's fist was bleeding. The blood essence within a cultivator's body could not be casually lost. That was especially true for cultivators with high cultivation bases. Even if their fleshly bodies were injured, very little blood would flow out from the wounds. That was because the fleshly body would automatically bind the blood essence within the body. The power of the great path. Supreme Flame was shocked. The opponent could actually use the power of Tao to injure others. No wonder Zi Yunlong didn't even dare to return to Celestial Venerable City. This Gu Fei had also realized 9 Tao patterns. Moreover, Gu Fei's attainment in the 9 Tao patterns was higher than Zi Yunlong's. Zi Yunlong knew that he wasn't a match for Gu Fei, so he chose to escape. Zi Yunlong is indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. Knowing that he couldn't win, he chose to escape. Once he was confident that he could defeat Gu Fei, he would definitely be the first to jump out and find Gu Fei. As for Zi Yunlong, Supreme Flame knew him better. This guy was very vengeful. Bang! Gu Fei threw a series of punches, each one faster than the one before. The moment he injured Supreme Flame's fist, his other fist had already landed on Supreme Flame's chest. The powerful force shattered Supreme Flame's sternum in an instant, sending him flying. So strong! Supreme Flame knew that he might fall here today. His opponent's combat power was much stronger than 10 years ago, while his cultivation was stagnant. If he was to borrow the power of the array, he would have been killed countless times. Even with the help of the array, he was still not a match for Mo Wuji. The new generation really surpassed the old. Supreme Flame had no choice but to acknowledge his old age. These juniors were too amazing. Even Zi Yunlong was stronger than him, let alone Zi Yunlong, who fled the moment he saw Gu Fei. Without any suspense, Gu Fei suppressed Supreme Flame and killed him in the mountain. The blood of a great completion, quasi-sage, dyed the area red. Supreme Flame is dead. At the moment when Gu Fei killed Supreme Flame, in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Fire God Palace, in a pavilion, a jade token that had been placed for countless years suddenly shattered. At the same time, in the ancestral grounds of the Fire God Palace, 2 powerful auras suddenly erupted. Chapter 2073. Supreme Flame's death shook the Fire God Palace. The palace, Lord roared. Supreme Flame was his capable general, and he had been following him since ancient times. Supreme Flame's death almost made the palace, Lord, go berserk. However, Gu Fei's strength made the palace lord not dare to act rashly. After all, they were only an external force of the Xian clan. The founder of the Fire God Palace was a general under the command of the Xian sovereign. Before the Xian clan gave the order, the Fire God Palace couldn't even look for Gu Fei. Disobeying the order was a rebellious act. Gu Fei, I want you dead. In the ancestral grounds of the Fire God Palace, the palace lord roared. The palace master of Fire God Palace was not the only one who wanted Gu Fei dead. The figure of the Hellion family master appeared in a desolate region filled with death chi. This was the Avicii Purgatory, a place where cultivators of the Central Plains turn pale. The Avicii Purgatory was a terrifying place. However, this place was connected to the outside world. Even ordinary cultivators could enter at will. However, it was easy to enter, but difficult to come out. In the Avicii Purgatory, there were terrifying demons and ancient corpses. These were all powerful beings. Any one of them could cause a stir in the world of cultivators. As powerful as the Hellion clan lord was, he had to be cautious after entering the Avicii Purgatory. After all, no one knew when the demons in the Avicii Purgatory would suddenly jump out. The Hellion clan lord went deep into the Avicii Purgatory and came to the side of a huge volcano. The strong heat made him sweat profusely. Inside the volcano was tumbling magma. This wasn't ordinary magma, but a type of magma from the core of the earth. This type of magma would never cool down and would always maintain a blazing state, releasing powerful fire elemental energy. Someone had entered the core of the earth and found this type of magma, bringing it into the Avicii Purgatory. Fire God, come out and meet an old friend. The Hellion clan lord transmitted his voice into the volcano. Humph! Just as the Hellion clan lord transmitted his voice, a cold snort came from the volcano. Hellion brat, did you come all the way here to ask me to fulfill that promise? The old voice resounded, rippling within the volcano. That's right, I want to kill someone. Patriarch Hellion nodded and said, A person died? Huh. I didn't hear wrongly, did I? You want to kill a person, and you're asking me for help? The person in the volcano laughed heartily. In his opinion, if someone as strong as the Hellion family patriarch wanted to kill someone, wouldn't it be very easy? One must know that the Hellion clan had 3 old ancestors holding down the fort. With those 3 old ancestors around, the Hellion clan would definitely be able to contend against the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion. Humph! Could it be that you want to kill the Central Prefecture's old mansion master? The man in the crater said. The Hellion clan master couldn't help but wryly smile. Why would I want to kill that old man? Although he is powerful, he isn't necessarily a match for my clan's ancestor. All right, tell me, who do you want to kill? You little brat. I shouldn't have made that promise to you back then. This matter has already become a sore point in my heart. The sooner it's resolved, the better. The man in the crater said impatiently. That person is called Gu Fei, the successor of the martial ancestors' bloodline. If you kill him, you and I will be strangers. The Hellion clan master knew that he only had one chance to invite the god of fire. Of course, this god of fire wasn't the legendary ancient god of fire. This was an expert with the title of god of fire. Only this guy dared to enter the earth's core, retrieve the magma, and enter the endless purgatory to cultivate in seclusion for close to 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, this god of fire had never left the endless purgatory. Even the Hellion clan master wasn't clear about his cultivation and battle prowess. The person you want to kill is actually the successor of the martial ancestors' bloodline. Interesting. The ancient voice rang out once more. Then a person emerged from the surging magma. It was an old man whose entire body was enveloped in near-transparent, divine flames. The old man wore a fiery red robe. He was thin and small, and his head was bald. He was a bald, old man. However, the old man's eyes flickered with flames from time to time. It was a pair of golden fiery eyes. When they opened and closed, a fiery aura lingered, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Do you want to attack or not? The Hellion clan master looked at the old man who emerged from the magma and asked. Of course I want to kill him. Why not? The old man said. The promise he made was really like what he said. It had already become a sore point in his heart. He kept thinking about this matter, always thinking about when the Hellion family patriarch would come looking for him. This made it very difficult for him to enter a deep level of cultivation. Since it was a sore point, he had to resolve it. Otherwise, it would hinder his cultivation, which was not good. Therefore, no matter whose successor he was, he had to die. Very well, this is the information about Gu Fei. Understand it, and then make your move. With that, Patriarch Helion threw a jade slip into Vulcan's hand. When the Helion clan master found the seamless fire god, the 5,000 soldiers under Gu Fei's command had already taken over the celestial Venerable city. In less than 2 hours, they had conquered the celestial Venerable city. Even Gu Fei felt that it was a bit unbelievable. The soldiers of the Fire God Palace are just SOSO, said the second brother of the 12 bandits. The second brother of the 12 bandits, the white-faced gentleman, said he had long wanted to have a taste of the Fire God warrior. Today, he finally had the chance to teach these guys a lesson. After taking over the celestial Venerable city, Gu Fei repaired the city defense formation that had already been damaged. Then, he personally stayed in the city lord's mansion. He knew that his conquest of the celestial Venerable city had definitely alarmed all parties. There were definitely many people who were plotting against him. As expected, before nightfall, the emissaries sent by the Central Province Immortal Mansion came to the city lord. They wanted to make Gu Fei the new city lord of the celestial Venerable city in order to rope in Gu Fei. The Central Province Immortal Mansion couldn't care less about the celestial Venerable city. It was even more impossible for them to send soldiers into the celestial Venerable city. Therefore, the title of City Lord was just a legal title for Gu Fei. Master, those old guys from the Central Province Immortal Mansion are really scheming, Gu Zhong said in disdain. In the City Lord's mansion, Gu Zhong said disdainfully. Yes, Lord, we can't be fooled by them, Zhuge Liang said. Zhuge Liang also said, the Central Province Immortal Mansion's intentions were too obvious. They wanted to use an empty title to pull Gu Fei into their camp. If Gu Fei really stood on their side, then Gu Fei would be a sharp blade in their hands. He could intimidate everyone and make the people of the Ziyun clan hesitate in taking action. However, Gu Fei didn't want to be fooled. Don't worry about them. Gu Fei made this decision. The reason why he attacked the celestial Venerable city was to warn the Ziyun clan that he wasn't so easy to bully. His people weren't people they could kill at will. Sure enough, Gu Fei's guess was right. In the next few days, many super forces extended an olive branch to him, wanting to rope him in. However, he didn't express any intention to ally with any of them. Brother Gu, how have you been? On this day, a woman wearing a golden mask entered the city lord's mansion and greeted Gu Fei. Oh my! What brings the young lady of the Gold Clan here? Before Gu Fei could say anything, Gu Zhong had already called out. Naturally, I want to share the benefits with Brother Gu. As the Golden Goddess spoke, she sat down on a chair. Tell me the benefits. Gu Fei said, the Gold Clan wasn't ordinary. It was a clan founded by a supremacy. Back then, the Gold Supremacy used to rule the ancestral star of Buzhou. I wonder if Brother Gu is interested in the ancient road of the human race? The Golden Goddess asked. She was wearing a mask, so no one could see her expression. The ancient road of the human race. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Isn't the ancient road of the human race in the immortal palace of the Central Plains? At this moment, Zhuge Liang spoke. He was the leader of the 12 great bandits, as well as their strategist. He was a wise man. That's right. Could it be that your Gold Clan wants to take the ancient road of the human race? Gu Fei looked at the Golden Goddess and said seriously, Hee, Brother Gu, you think too highly of our clan. Our Gold Clan strength is at most on par with the immortal palace of the Central Plains. We won't do something that would cause both sides to suffer. The Golden Goddess said, Do you think that we can defeat the immortal palace of the Central Plains if we join hands? Gu Fei was a little unhappy. This Golden Goddess was trying to trick him. The immortal palace of the Central Plains was a colossal force. No one dared to say that they could deal with them. Brother Gu, I'm not done yet. What I'm saying is that it's impossible for our two clans to join hands. However, what if several superpowers join hands? Would they be able to shake the immortal palace of the Central Plains? The Golden Goddess said. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Gu Zhong and Zhu Guliang, who were in the living room, widened their eyes. Could it be that the Golden Goddess really contacted several superpowers to attack the immortal palace of the Central Plains together? These people are finally going to attack the immortal palace of the Central Plains. Gu Fei thought that if several superpowers really joined hands, there was a high chance that they could destroy the immortal palace of the Central Plains. However, the price they would have to pay would be huge. The immortal palace of the Central Plains was a superpower. It would be very difficult to destroy such a superpower. No one knew what other trump cards the immortal palace of the Central Plains had. The immortal palace of the Central Plains definitely had more than one self-sealed sage. The old sect master of the Central Plains might be a sage who had sealed himself on the surface. Very well, I agree. Gu Fei pondered for a while and made up his mind. He had no scruples because he was just a passerby to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. He would return to the ancestral star sooner or later. Very well. Chapter 2074. The Golden Goddess left, leaving only Gu Fei, his disciple, and the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang of the 12 Bandits. Master, why did we agree to join forces with the Huangjin clan? Gu Zhong didn't understand his master's intentions. Joining forces with the Huangjin clan to destroy the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture? The implications of this matter were too great. If they were not careful, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. One should know that the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture wasn't a force to be trifled with. It wasn't a coincidence that this super force could rule over the Central Prefecture for so many years. Their foundation was truly profound. Although the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor had never produced a supreme being, there were many sages in the ancient era. Supreme beings were merely a deterrent force. In the ancient era, supreme beings rarely made a move. Some sovereigns didn't even roam the earth anymore. In the later period of the untainted land of the ancient era, only the powerful sages were able to move unhindered in the untainted land. The immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture had a long history. It was a force that no one dared to underestimate. Now, the Huangjin clan of the northern region wasn't willing to be left out. They actually wanted to join forces with other major forces to destroy the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture. One had to admit that the Huangjin clan was really generous. If they succeeded, it would definitely shake the entire ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star. The cultivation forces of the ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star would be reshuffled, and the structure of the cultivation world would change greatly. Most importantly, the immortal mansion of the Central Prefecture would become a thing of the past. The ancient road of the human race couldn't be controlled by a single superforce because it belonged to the entire cultivation world of the human race. It should be controlled by all the major forces. It doesn't matter to us whether we join forces with the Huangjin clan or not. We won't lose anything. Gu Fei said, Master, are you thinking of... Gu Zhong's eyes lit up when he heard this. You should know that we are just passers-by on the ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star. The real place to become a sage is the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star, not here. Gu Fei uttered such words. It was an ancient legend that the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star could allow one to become a saint. And because of this, the ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star had an ancient path of the human race that led to the outer space. This reminded Gu Fei of the ancient road of Kunlun on Earth. Perhaps the end of that ancient road was not in Buzhou ancestral star, because there was also an ancient road of the human race on Buzhou ancestral star. This ancient road was called the Ancient Road of Buzhou by the sages of Buzhou ancestral star. Be it the ancient road of Kunlun or the ancient road of Buzhou, they seem to be a path to sainthood explored by the ancestors, and the destination might be the soaring dragon ancestral star. The living room quietened down. No one spoke again. At this time, on a mountain peak thousands of miles away from immortal Venerate City, the Golden Goddess stood at the peak of the mountain. Opposite her stood the ancestor of her bloodline. Did Gu Fei agree? The tall patriarch looked at the Golden Goddess. Yes, old ancestor guessed correctly. Gu Fei has agreed to cooperate with us. The Golden Goddess said, That's good. This Gu Fei is definitely a variable. Perhaps he wants to reap the benefits without doing anything, but once that matter starts, he will have no choice but to act. The patriarch's eyes turned deep. On this day, the Hellion family had returned to the Hellion ancestral court, and the fire god came out of seclusion. The moment the fire god came out, more than half of the Avicii purgatory was alarmed. Roar! A terrifying demonic roar came from the depths of the Avicii purgatory. There was a vast and mighty demonic aura there, and an incomparably huge demonic figure could be vaguely seen. In another region, demonic aura soared into the sky, and a terrifying great demon was roaring. The fire gods coming out of seclusion alarmed the experts of the Avicii purgatory. There were many terrifying existences in the Avicii purgatory. This was also the reason why even great perfection quasi-sages weren't willing to enter this place. Not to mention great perfection quasi-sages. Even those super old antiques that had sealed themselves weren't willing to enter this place. There was something they feared in this place. On this day, the fire god left the Avicii purgatory. That fella is finally gone. I hope he never comes back. A long sigh came from the depths of the Avicii purgatory. The voice was incomparably old. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei and the others had already occupied immortal Venerate City for 3 months. The Xian clan didn't make any moves, as if they had silently accepted this fact. Gu Fei had defeated the 2 self-sealed saints of the Hellion clan. This made the Ziyun clan apprehensive. They believed that Gu Fei had a trump card. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill a self-sealed saint. The Ziyun clan wouldn't act rashly before they figured out Gu Fei's strength. Apart from the Ziyun clan, the other major powers of Buzhou Ancestral Star had come in contact with Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei didn't join any of their camps. There were less than 2 months left until the half-year deadline. But at this time, the powers that were at odds with the Central Plains Immortal Mansion couldn't sit still anymore. The Central Plains Immortal Mansion had already made it clear that they wouldn't open the ancient road of humanity to the disciples of these powers. In other words, only the allies of the Central Plains Immortal Mansion could set foot on the ancient road of humanity. As a result, more than half of them were directly removed from the list. The Central Plains Immortal Mansion was very domineering, even though they knew they were at a disadvantage. After all, this action of the Central Plains Immortal Mansion had offended many people. No wonder someone wants to make a move on the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. Gu Fei was in the Immortal Venerate City, Lord's Mansion, receiving all sorts of news every day. He was paying attention to the latest movements of the major powers of Buzhou Ancestral Star. The Huangjin clan hadn't made any moves yet. The Buzhou demon tribe was also very well behaved, and the Guyao among the demons was very well behaved. Within the East's East rival holy realm, those eminent monks of virtue rarely appeared, and there were even fewer eminent monks of virtue who entered the borders of the central state. Everything was very peaceful. At least on the surface, it looked like it was peaceful. Master, are we going to the Central Plains Immortal Mansion now? Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei in the main hall of the city, Lord's Mansion. Yes, we've occupied the Immortal Venerate City, driven Zi Yunlong away and killed Supreme Flame. This is equivalent to doing the Central Plains Immortal Mansion a great favor. They should open the ancient road of humanity to us. Zhu Guiliang, the wise one of the 12 great bandits, waved the 5-colored feather fan in his hand. It's hard to say. Those people from the Central Plains Immortal Mansion aren't good people. Gu Zhong said disdainfully, "There's no rush. Let's wait and see first." Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then said, "The ancient road of humanity was about to open, and the Huang Jin clan should be making a move soon." He was waiting for the best opportunity. If the Huang Jin clan and the other major powers could join forces and destroy the Central Plains Immortal Mansion, he would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Chapter 2075. Your Gu Fei. On a dark and windy night, a figure suddenly appeared in the immortal, reverent city's Lord Mansion. It was an old man who looked like a raging fire. "Who are you?" Gu Fei sensed the extremely powerful energy of the fire element from this old man. He couldn't help but feel surprised. This old man was actually a powerful existence that surpassed the great perfection quasi-sage realm. Humph, a dying man doesn't need to know too much. The old man calmly looked at Gu Fei as he spoke. A chilling, killing intent spread from the old man's body. That's true. A dying man, indeed, doesn't need to know too much. Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Although this old man was strong, Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. What surprised him was that he didn't seem to have offended such a character. The juniors these days really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. As the old man's eyes opened and closed, there was a glimmer of light in them. A faint flame appeared on the old man's body, and the surrounding temperature immediately rose. Humph! People nowadays seem to like to take advantage of their seniority. Gu Fei sat on the throne in the hall and looked at the old man coldly. "You're courting death." Hearing this, the old man's beard couldn't help but tremble. Then he waved his right hand at Gu Fei. A faint flame immediately flew out from his hand and burned towards Gu Fei. This was the power of the fire element, the earth core true fire of extreme yang. This type of true fire was incomparably domineering. As long as a trace of the earth core true fire touched a person's body, even an incomparably powerful cultivator would be instantly burned to ashes. Gu Fei couldn't even be bothered to move when he saw the translucent, divine fire flying towards him. Then, when the true fire was only 1 meter away from Gu Fei, a loud bang could be heard. It was as if it had collided with a transparent wall. It suddenly exploded and dissipated into the void. When the old man saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although he already knew everything about this youth, he didn't expect him to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. How could a great perfection quasi-sage be so strong? Could it be that there was something that the Hellion family head, Primal Chaos, had not told him clearly? The cultivation displayed by Gu Fei moved the old man. Something was not right. He had a vague feeling that he had missed something. Geocentric true fire. I didn't think that there would actually be people cultivating it. Gu Fei casually said, "This old man cultivated the fire attribute power, the geocentric true flame. This old man was quite amazing. One must know that it was not difficult to cultivate this power. However, the difficulty lay in finding the geocentric lava. As long as he could find this kind of divine material, his cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort." The old man was the fire god who had left the infernal purgatory and found his way to the immortal, reverent city. To be able to sneak into the immortal, venerable city at night and then into the city lord mansion. This old man, fire god's cultivation was extraordinary. "Are you really Gu Fei?" The old man was a little doubtful. One must know that he could sense a powerful aura from this young man. Even though this young man was a great perfection, quasi-sage, Fire God's intuition told him that this young man was definitely much stronger than an ordinary great perfection, quasi-sage. "I guarantee that I'm the real deal. You can die now." As he said that, Gu Fei stood up from his throne. At this moment, only Gu Fei and the old man Fire God were left in the huge hall. Ha! When the Fire God heard Gu Fei's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You want to kill me? You?" The old man Fire God looked as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that tears were rolling down his cheeks. When he, the fire god, roamed the ancient era, who knew where this young man was? This was especially the case for the fire god who had cultivated in the infernal purgatory for countless years. He was very clear of his own strength. He could easily kill an ordinary great perfection quasi-sage with a single hand. Is it really that funny? You won't be able to laugh in a moment. As Gufei spoke, his body suddenly turned blurry. What? Seeing this, the fire god's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, all the hairs on his body stood on end. This was the body's most direct reaction to danger. Swoosh! The fire god retreated without hesitation. Boom! Just as he instantly retreated about 100 feet, a fist suddenly appeared at the place where he was originally standing. Then, the void where he was originally standing shattered without a sound. This, the fire god couldn't help but change his expression. Even though the other party's fist seemed to have only pierced through the void, the power of the great Tao within this fist made the fire god shudder. Just what is the background of this Gu Fei? The fire god was extremely shocked. It had been a long time since he had met an opponent that could threaten him. Even the powerful demons in the infernal purgatory couldn't make him feel such immense pressure. Just as the fire god was in shock, Gu Fei's figure appeared where he was standing before and then punched at him. The mighty power from the fist caused the void to tremble. So powerful, the inheritance of the martial ancestor is really terrifying. It was only then that the fire god realized that Gu Fei was really powerful. He was so powerful that the Hellion family head didn't hesitate to ask him for help. The invincible battle intent from the other party made his heart tremble. Fire engulfs 10,000 miles. The fire god shouted and then took a deep breath. His stomach immediately swelled up. Whoosh! The fire god opened his mouth, and a monstrous, divine fire rushed out from his mouth. In an instant, it enveloped the void in front of him. This was the geocentric true fire. Under the burning of this true fire, the void between heaven and earth was silently annihilated. Within the true fire, one could vaguely see the Tao patterns formed by the power of fire. Another sage who sealed himself. Gu Fei saw that the other party was spitting out divine fire, but he didn't retract his fist. Instead, he continued to punch forward. The powerful force dispersed the burning divine fire. The power of the great Tao of fire within the divine fire made Gu Fei's body hot. The terrifying heat seemed to be evaporating all the water in his body. Wow, no wonder this old guy dared to kill me alone. I'm afraid this guy is not much weaker than the little old man from the Hellion family. Chapter 2076. Buzz. The void trembled, and a chaotic divine light surged from Gu Fei's body. There were 9 chaotic Tao patterns vaguely visible on the light, which blocked the divine fire from the earth core that was surging towards him from all directions. This is Fire God was shocked. He cursed the Hellion clan head in his mind. The descendant of the martial ancestors' bloodline actually comprehended 9 Tao patterns. It was such an important thing, but the Hellion clan head didn't tell him. Fire God was annoyed. It seemed like the Hellion clan head did it on purpose. Fire God regretted the promise he made to the Hellion clan head. Under the shroud of the primal chaos chi, Gu Fei looked like a primal chaos war god from ancient times as powerful energy ripples spread from his body. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly broke through the shackles of the earthly divine fire and rushed out. With another step, he was already out of the celestial, venerable city. Where do you think you're going? The god of fire let out a furious roar. He controlled the god of fire to chase after Gu Fei while emitting a terrifying divine might. At this time, everyone in Immortal Venerable City was alarmed. The 12 great bandits rushed out. Guzhong rushed out. Even the old flood dragon jumped out. Enemy attack! Everyone saw a cloud of fire quickly rush out of the city, disappearing into the mountain ridges outside the city in the blink of an eye. They were all shocked to the extreme. The person in the fire clouds was extremely strong. To think that he could barge into the immortal reverent city without being discovered. One must know that the great city barrier formation of the immortal reverent city had already been repaired by Gu Fei. Swoosh! Gu Zhong was the first to soar into the sky and chase after the fiery cloud. He sensed the energy fluctuations of his master, Gu Fei. The 12 bandits glanced at each other, then rose into the air and rushed out of the celestial, venerable city. Only the old dragon didn't leave the celestial revered city because he knew that his power was limited and that it would be difficult for him to help Gu Fei unless his cultivation could go up a level and become a half-saint. Old Dragon chose to stay and guard the celestial venerate city. At this time, the great city-protecting formation of the celestial venerate city was already activated. A layer of transparent divine light that was like a wave of water enveloped the entire celestial venerate city. A fluctuation that would make even a half-sage's heart palpitate spread out from the celestial venerate city, shaking the surroundings. The immortal, venerable city, which had activated its defensive formation, was like a lurking ancient beast entrenched on the ground, as if it could explode at any time and deal a fatal blow to those who dared to invade the immortal, venerable city. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. Very quickly, an earth-shattering sound came from the mountain outside the celestial reverent city. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. In the darkness of the night, the fire in the mountain soared into the sky, illuminating a large area. The fire god finally made his move. In the ancestral court of the Hellion family, the patriarch of the Hellion family had already received the news. He had already sent people to keep an eye on Gu Fei. Once the fire god made his move, the Hellion family spies would send the news back to the ancestral court of the Hellion family through a Dao talisman. The fire god could easily kill a great completion quasi-saint in the ancient times. Today, he must be even more powerful and terrifying. In the ancestral court of the Hellion clan head was talking to himself. The fire god's cultivation and combat power were definitely not weaker than the old ancestor of the Hellion clan. Moreover, the Hellion clan had suffered a great loss. They only had one old ancestor left to guard the ancestral court. Now that the Central Plains was in flames again, the superforces of other regions seemed to have the intention to divide the Central Plains. This made the Hellion clan feel great pressure. The Hellion clan was no longer able to deal with Gu Fei. The Hellion clan head could only ask the fire god for help. Just when the fire god was about to attack Gu Fei, several figures broke into the immortal estate of the Central Plains. A great battle suddenly broke out. Boom! A dazzling divine light rushed out from the hands of a mysterious person and swept in all directions. The immortal estate of the Central Plains was instantly destroyed. Under the violent sweep of the divine light, a large number of pavilions were instantly turned into ashes. The disciples of the immortal estate of the Central Plains didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Roar! Ancestral sacrificial artifact killed them all. An old voice sounded. The old resident's master of the Central Plains rushed out. With a wave of his hand, 9 pillars of fire shot up to the sky. Bang! 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 9 pillars of fire surrounded by raging flames descended from the sky and landed around the immortal estate of the Central Plains, sealing the entire place. Waves of dragon roars came from the 9 pillars of fire. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura that seemed to come from the distant primordial times surged out from the depths of the immortal estate of the Central Plains. A tall figure, carrying a purple-gold divine mace, strode out. Indeed, the immortal estate of the Central Plains has more than one self-proclaimed saint. Someone shouted. Buzz! The air trembled and divine light filled the sky. Another mysterious figure sent out a wave of pure yang energy towards the old man who was walking out with the purple-gold divine mace. Humph! The old man stopped. He rolled his eyes, and two beams of golden light immediately pierced through the darkness, shooting out from his eyes. The old man's white robes fluttered even though there was no wind. An extremely powerful aura emanated from his body. Boom! The old man held the purple gold truncheon and swung it forward. With a loud bang, the divine light that was piercing toward the old man was immediately shattered. It turned into specks of light that dissipated into the void. Eat my mace! The old man in white's body flashed with divine light. He swung the purple gold divine mace in his hand and smashed it towards the mysterious figure who had attacked him. Rumble, the powerful force, shook the air. The power of the old man's mace caused the air in front of him to crumble and be destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! The mysterious figure quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Soil flew everywhere. The old man's mace smashed down, causing the earth to tremble. A bottomless pit that was over 10 miles long appeared on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the white-robed old man's attack. Let's go! Someone shouted. After that, the mysterious figures who had attacked the immortal estate of the Central Plains quickly gathered together and activated the killing weapons in their hands. At this time, the old prefecture master of the Central Plains had already activated the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation. A shocking, sacred aura began to gather. Boom! The mysterious figures gathered together and unleashed their strongest attack. A beam of destructive divine light rushed out and broke a hole in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation that had yet to fully activate. What? The old prefecture master of the Central Plains was shocked. These people clearly had divine weapons on them. Otherwise, how could they break the seal of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation? The mysterious figures then rushed out from the hole in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation and disappeared into the darkness outside the Central Plains immortal estate. Chapter 2077. Roar! An angry roar was heard. It was the old prefecture lord. Someone actually dared to attack the middle prefecture immortal mansion. This was something that had never happened in thousands of years. This night was destined to not be peaceful. Countless cultivators in the vicinity of the middle prefecture immortal mansion saw the 9 pillars of fire appearing in the middle prefecture immortal mansion. The divine fire emitted from the 9 pillars of fire burned half of the sky red. The terrifying pressure of the saint level spread out, causing all living beings in the surrounding area to be terrified. That was the 9 dragons' heavenly fire array of the middle prefecture immortal mansion. This was a supreme treasure refined by a peak great saint. It was extraordinary and not something that ordinary saint-level weapons could compare to. The news of someone attacking the middle prefecture immortal mansion spread quickly. The entire cultivation world of the middle prefecture was in an uproar. What shocked everyone was that the old prefecture lord had already used the 9 dragons' heavenly fire ray, but he still couldn't stop those mysterious people who attacked the middle prefecture immortal mansion. Who dares to attack the middle prefecture immortal mansion? Some people guessed. However, even the middle prefecture immortal mansion didn't know who those mysterious people were, let alone outsiders who attacked the middle prefecture immortal mansion. These people are really brave. Some people exclaimed in disbelief. One should know that the middle prefecture immortal mansion was the holy land in the eyes of countless cultivators of the middle prefecture. It ruled the middle prefecture for countless years. Ever since the middle prefecture immortal mansion was established, the middle prefecture had never had a change of master. Even the Hellion clan couldn't replace the supreme position of the middle prefecture immortal mansion. However, on such a dark and windy night, there were actually people attacking the middle prefecture immortal mansion. Those mysterious people were incomparably powerful. Once they attacked, they destroyed an area. Many people in the middle prefecture immortal mansion died. Even some famous figures had fallen. Outrageous. Are those people finally going to attack? Our middle prefecture immortal mansion isn't that easy to bully. In the depths of the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion, in the ancestral court of the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion, an old man with a tall stature was walking back and forth in a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was an old man in white with a purple gold mace in his arms. "These people are not simple," the old man in white said. "Humph, these people are very crafty. They actually used a secret technique to hide the special characteristics of their saint weapons, making it impossible for us to see through their origins." The Central Prefecture Old Manor Lord said hatefully. Although the battle that happened a few hours ago didn't last for long, the other party came prepared. The moment they attacked, the shock waves almost reached the ancestral court in the depths of the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor. Countless disciples of the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion had been killed, which almost drove the Central Prefecture Old Prefecture master crazy. One must know that those disciples who were able to enter the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion were all extremely talented in the path of cultivation. To be killed just like that was truly a pity. The Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion was the #1 power in the Central Prefecture. Those who were suitable for cultivation in the entire Central Prefecture would go through many rounds of selection before entering the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion. In that battle, only the true disciples of the inner sect died. The outer sect disciples of the Central Province Immortal Mansion were unaffected. "These despicable fellows must be from those families," said the white-robed old man. His eyes were extremely sharp, and a faintly discernible murderous aura circled around his body. "But we don't have any evidence. Although we know it's those people, it's not good for us to act against them." The Central Prefecture Old Manor Lord said helplessly. He didn't want to completely fall out with those families yet. One must know that the background of those families was not any weaker than the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion. "You have too many scruples. They've already come to kill you, but you're still hesitating." The white-robed old man didn't agree. Since they had already become enemies, they should kill those who dared to go against them by hook or by crook. "I know, but we're not ready yet." The Central Prefecture Old Manor Lord said helplessly. Hearing that, the white-robed old man couldn't help but frown. And at this time in the celestial Venerable city, thousands of miles away from the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion, everyone was attracted by the strange phenomenon in the mountain. Countless cultivators rushed up to the sky and looked at the monstrous fire that was bursting out from the mountain. In the mountain, the divine fire was wreaking havoc. In the sea of fire, one could vaguely see a dragon and a phoenix. The terrifying pressure caused everyone's heart to palpitate. The fire god and Gu Fei fought in the mountain for several hours, destroying an entire region. Countless mountains were turned into ashes, no longer existing. The fire god's earth core divine fire was truly terrifying. As long as one came into contact with a wisp of fire chi, it could instantly burn a huge mountain into ashes. The earth core divine fire was incomparably tyrannical, burning everything it touched. This made Gu Fei feel a great pressure. He didn't use his extreme Tao saint weapon, but fought the fire god with his own strength. 10 years of comprehension, to Gu Fei, could be said to be a transformation of his strength and state of mind. He was already within reach of that realm. However, he had scruples, which was why he didn't dare to consume the Tao fusion fruit and break through to that realm. He had the confidence to suppress the heavenly Tao and break through the shackles of this grand heaven and earth. However, he didn't have the confidence to go against that mysterious power. Back in the desolate small world, even such a powerful saint beast died when the seal on its body was completely undone. In this grand heaven and earth, there was a mysterious power above the great Tao of the heaven and earth. Once a saint appeared, this mysterious and terrifying power would descend. In the face of this grand heaven and earth, a powerful saint couldn't resist at all. Becoming a saint at this time was simply suicide. Gu Fei wasn't that foolish. Who would be willing to become a saint when he knew that he would die? Although Gu Fei didn't intend to break through to that realm, his cultivation and battle prowess had already surpassed the scope of a great completion quasi-saint. Kill! Gu Fei roared. This old man was a decent opponent. He could use all his strength as he pleased. Powerful energy constantly erupted from his body, shaking the heaven and earth. Boom! He punched out. Under this punch, the god fire that enveloped 1,000 miles started to tremble. A large amount of god fire dissipated under the force of his punch. Damned Hellion old devil. How is this Gu Fei a great completion quasi-saint? He's clearly a powerful existence comparable to a self-proclaimed saint. The fire god knew that he had been tricked by this Hellion old devil. If he could return alive, he would definitely teach this Hellion old devil a lesson. This Hellion old devil was truly despicable to the extreme. Earth Dragon soars. The fire god displayed his great technique. Boundless earth core divine fire gathered rapidly. 9 true dragons, wrapped in raging flames, appeared in the void. Go. Chapter 2078. The god of fire cast a great technique and condensed 9 phantoms of the earth fire true dragon. The 9 phantoms of the earth fire true dragon rushed towards Gu Fei. The powerful force caused the void to shatter. Good timing. Gu Fei shouted. He waved both his fists and instantly struck out the 9 springs. On his fists, primal chaos Tao patterns appeared indistinctly as he activated the power of the 9 Tao patterns. The 9 dragons and Gu Fei's fists collided in an instant, causing 9 consecutive explosions. Countless Tao patterns collapsed, and the 9 dragons were dispersed by Gu Fei's fists. The power of the great Tao that the fire deity had condensed collapsed. This power of the great Tao spread out and formed a destructive storm that swept down from the sky. Vast tracts of mountains were turned into ashes amidst the fiery light, and the ground was sinking. Dark spatial cracks extended for tens of thousands of miles. Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked to the extreme. This was a battle between the powers of the Great Path. The fire god was likely to be a self-proclaimed saint. His battle prowess was definitely not weaker than that of the old man from the Hellion clan. If it was 10 years ago, Gu Fei might not even have the strength to fight back if he encountered this fire deity. However, it was different after 10 years. One had to know that Gu Fei had also touched that level of power. His combat strength had already surpassed the scope of great completion quasi-sage. Even without using the extreme Tao divine weapon, he could still fight against those self-proclaimed sages. Swish! Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of miles away by the 9 dragons. On his fists fire chi rose. The flesh on his fists cracked as if they were going to shatter at any moment. What a powerful earth fire! The primal chaos true force circulated. Traces of fire chi immediately emerged from Gu Fei's fists and were forced out by his powerful martial Tao true force. The cracks on his fists healed rapidly. In just a moment, they were completely healed. You! Seeing that Gu Fei could easily block his 9 dragons' great technique, the fire deity couldn't help but be shocked. This Gu Fei was not a great completion quasi-sage. Earth fire ablaze. The fire god's hands sucked downwards, causing the earth to tremble. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground, and sparks appeared from within the cracks. Then, an endless amount of earth fire shot up into the sky, turning into pillars of fire that converged towards the fire god's hands. Draw the earth fire. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by this scene. This fire god's divine ability was truly powerful. It was actually able to draw the earth flame for its own use. In this case, the fire god's power would definitely soar. Rumble. An inexhaustible amount of earth fire soared into the sky and entered the fire god's hands. Immediately after, the fire god's body emitted a wave so powerful that it caused the heavens and earth to change color. Boom! A fire dragon soared into the sky from the fire god's body. The roar of the dragon shook the heavens as a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. At this moment, the fire god seemed to have transformed into an ancient fire dragon as a boundless, holy might erupted from his body. This, Gu Fei did not make a move. Although he was shocked, he wanted to see how strong this fire god was. Roar! The fire god roared into the sky, and an endless amount of earth fire entered his body in an instant. A huge fire dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared above the fire god's head, and an ancient aura that seemed to have come from ancient times spread out from the fire god's head. What is this? In the sky, Gu Zhong and the rest couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. Could it be that this old man was actually the incarnation of a fire dragon? Otherwise, how could he have such power? This isn't a real fire dragon. It's the power of a true dragon that was nurtured by the earth core divine flame for countless years. Zhuge Liang of the 12 Great Bandits spoke. His expression was incomparably solemn. He was the wisest among the 12 Great Bandits and had seen many things. Although the huge dragon in the sky looked like a real dragon and was extremely lifelike, it wasn't a real dragon. Roar! The fire dragon, condensed from the power of a true dragon, roared. The entire heaven and earth were illuminated by the divine flames emitting from the fire dragon. Under the night sky, a fire dragon appeared in the sky. This was definitely a wondrous scene that startled all the cultivators in the vicinity of Immortal Venerable City. A true dragon is born. Someone exclaimed. That's not a true dragon. Someone is challenging Gu Fei. Someone saw through the truth. In the sky, there were two heaven-shaking powers facing each other. Existences of this level were already experts, standing at the peak of this world. Will his lordship win? Someone from the 12 Great Bandits said this. Third bro, I don't want to hear such words a second time. Do you understand? The middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang stared at the towering man. Under Zhuge Liang's gaze, the man couldn't help but lower his head. We shouldn't doubt his lordship's ability, understand? Zhuge Liang glanced at the bandits behind him with a cold gaze. Yes, boss. The other bandits hurriedly nodded. Gu Zhong looked at everything coldly and didn't say anything. At this time in the sky, Gu Fei and the fire god's aura had already reached their peak. Drawing the earth true fire into his body, the fire god was like an ancient fire god that had descended. You shouldn't have let me gather power. The fire god's eyes flickered with murderous intent. He had come here to kill Gu Fei and solve this problem of his. Back then, the fire god had made a promise to the Hellion family head. This promise had become a sore point for him. Do you think you can defeat me after drawing the earth true fire and condensing a great earth fire dragon essence? A disdainful look appeared on Gu Fei's face. You deserve to die. The look on Gu Fei's face made the fire god very unhappy. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this because he had already killed those who despised him. Rumble. The fire god waved his hand, and the dragon above his head immediately roared at the sky. It rushed down from the sky and pounced at Gu Fei. The void was annihilated, and the powerful true dragon's aura was vast and mighty. This attack was definitely comparable to a direct attack by a sage. It was extremely terrifying. Die. The fire god roared, and the earth true fire turned into ancient Tao patterns, pressing towards Gu Fei. This was the power of the Great Path. The power of the true dragon and the Great Path appeared at the same time. What a guy! Seeing the fire god's trump card, Gu Fei couldn't stay calm. This fire god could actually draw the power of the true dragon and use the power of the Great Path at the same time. These two powers complemented each other and were much more powerful than a single power. Kill! Gu Fei's body shook, and his aura immediately changed. Chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body. He waved his fist and punched the true dragon. Boom! Chapter 2079. Gu Fei and the God of Fire were both fighting with all their might. Two unimaginably powerful forces were clashing against each other. The result of these two forces was that the sky and the earth were shattered. Rumble! The sky was being destroyed, and a black hole appeared in the sky. Inside the black hole, the air of chaos was surging. Kill! Kill! Gu Fei and the god of fire roared at the same time. The two super cultivators fought together. The fire dragon collapsed, and cracks appeared on Gu Fei's fists. They charged straight into the chaos. Kid, I can kill you as easily as stepping on an ant. The old voice of the god of fire sounded in the chaos. Even the chaos could not block his voice. Such a level of cultivation was truly terrifying. Is that so? Then come at me. I'll let you kill me. Gu Fei was unstoppable. His fists kept bursting with the aura of chaos. Patterns of chaos appeared on his fists. No matter how many cracks appeared on his fists, they would heal in an instant. Arg, I'm so angry. The divinity of the god of fire was like a raging fire. He cultivated the fire way method. Gu Fei's disregard of him made him angry. His fiery red hair stood up. This was an existence that seemed to be made of the essence of the earth core fire. Every inch of his skin had patterns formed by the essence of fire. Boom! Large swathes of divine fire even ignited the air of chaos. It was terrifying to the extreme. The power of the true fire of the earth core was completely unleashed, shaking the void of chaos. Old man, you're not the only one who'll go crazy. Watch how I trample you under my feet. Gu Fei used the desolate steps. With every step, patterns of destruction appeared under his feet. The powerful power of the great path broke through the chaos, and large swathes of the divine fire of the earth core were annihilated under his feet. The god of fire kept waving his hands. Dragon-shaped, divine fires rushed out of his hands. Inside each dragon-shaped, divine fire, there were patterns of the great path faintly visible. This was the power of the earthen fire true dragon. This power had perfectly fused with the fire god's great path power, causing the fire god's combat strength to multiply. One had to admit that this fire god's understanding of the Tao was truly profound. Without a doubt, this was definitely a self-proclaimed saint, extremely powerful and terrifying. Inside Gu Fei's body, the chaos chi was circulating at high speed. He was like a chaos god from ancient times. Every time he punched out, a fire dragon would be destroyed. This is practically a humanoid heavenly beast. Flame God was incomparably shocked. His opponent's understanding of the Tao was extraordinary. At the very least, he was qualified to attack that realm. However, no one in this world could become a saint. Only by truly jumping out of the three realms and not within the five elements, truly transcending and entering that legendary place, could one truly become a saint. This was a great secret of the world. Many self-proclaimed sages knew about it. However, these self-proclaimed sages were unwilling to leave. That was why they sealed themselves. Gu Fei's strength had far surpassed the fire god's expectations. However, he didn't dare to undo the seal on his body. Once he did, he would be the one to die. The fire god felt incomparably sullen. If he could undo the seal on his body, killing this brat would be as easy as flipping his palm. He could crush this fellow with a single finger. However, he didn't dare to do so. If you don't undo the seal, only death awaits you. Gu Fei used his killer move, directly breaking through the earthen fire god's body and arriving in front of him. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw out a powerful punch. His entire body's power instantly condensed on his right fist, and then he punched out in a simple and direct manner. This was one of the most common martial techniques, called Black Tiger Steals the Heart. Anyone who practiced martial arts would know this move. However, this simple and direct move was different in the hands of Gu Fei. An invincible fist intent erupted from Gu Fei's fist. What? The fire god was taken aback. At the moment when Gu Fei threw out this punch, he He felt that it was absolutely impossible for him to avoid this punch. Let's fight. Gu Fei's punch made the fire god feel that it was difficult to avoid. This made him have no choice but to face Gu Fei head-on. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well go all out. The fire god had lived for countless years. His combat experience was incomparably rich. In an instant, the fire god's entire body's power also condensed on his arm. His entire arm seemed to have turned into a fire dragon. Red dragon scales appeared on his arm. His fist turned into a dragon's head, meeting Gu Fei's punch head-on. Boom! 2 fists collided in an instant. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Gu Fei only felt an unstoppable force coming from his opponent's fist. Following that, he felt a sharp pain in his hand, and his entire body was sent flying. How is this possible? At the same time, the fire god also felt a sharp pain in his hand. His entire body was sent flying thousands of feet away. He looked down and saw that 3 of his finger bones had been shattered. This Gu Fei was actually able to injure his divine physique with his bare hands. This was something that the fire god could not believe. This result was difficult for him to accept. It should be known that no one knew better than the fire god how powerful the divine physique was. The divine physique was known to be immortal. It was not something that someone who had not truly become a saint could injure. But the truth spoke louder than words. His right hand was really injured. The divine physique is really that powerful. Above the chaos, Gu Fei steadied his body. He clenched his right fist tightly, and drops of blood seeped out from between his fingers and then dripped down. This was an injury of the great path. Even Gu Fei would find it difficult to heal in a short period of time. It was difficult for him to stop the loss of his own blood essence. As soon as Gu Fei thought about it, the levitation secret technique immediately activated on his body. The power of the great path that had invaded his fist was immediately dissolved, and the open wound quickly healed. Again, a crazed look appeared in Gu Fei's eyes. It was rare for him to meet such an opponent. He wanted to test how strong his combat ability had become. After 10 years of meditation, Gu Fei's cultivation and realm had already surpassed that of an advanced sage-to-be. However, this was a good time to test how strong he was. You have not become a saint yet. How is this possible? The fire god was extremely shocked, and his voice trembled. He could not understand. Could the descendants of the martial ancestors' bloodline really be so abnormal? Could the martial body that they cultivated really be so strong? It seemed that this was the only explanation. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He moved quickly in the chaos and once again appeared in front of the fire god. He used the black tiger steals the heart again. Boom! 2 extremely strong fists collided again. The sound of bones breaking was heard again. Gu Fei and the fire god were once again sent flying by their opponent's power. There were 9 markings on Gu Fei's arm bones. His martial body was transforming into a saint body. Of course, the speed of this transformation was extremely slow. Only when Gu Fei truly became a saint body could his martial body completely transform into an immortal saint body. Very good. It seems that I have to use that method to kill you. The divine fire in the fire god's eyes flickered. Then there was a sudden explosion from within his body. His body was undergoing a shocking change. He grew to a height of 3 meters, and red scales appeared on his skin. Soon, the red scales even covered his face. His entire person seemed to have turned into a red tyrannosaurus. A terrifying, true dragon power was awakened within the fire god's body. Io, you're still trying to transform in front of me. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw that the fire god still had this trick up his sleeves. Although the saint body was powerful, it had its limits. This was because the fire god did not cultivate the supreme technique of becoming a saint body. However, as long as one broke through to the saint realm, Regardless of what technique he cultivated, his body would undergo a transformation and become incomparably powerful. However, there was still a huge gap between this and the descendants of the martial ancestor. If the descendants of the martial ancestor became a saint, they would have the indestructible martial body. The power of a martial artist originated from the martial body. The strength of the martial body was something that other cultivators could not comprehend. Just like the current Gu Fei, when his cultivation and realm had surpassed the great completion quasi-saint realm, he could go head-on against a saint body. If it was anyone else, they would have died in the hands of the fire god. You should be proud that you forced me to use the fire dragon true body. The fire god's words were extremely cold. At this moment, this was the strongest power he could muster. If he still couldn't kill Gu Fei with this, he could only run for his life. TSK, you seem to be overestimating yourself. Today, I'll show you what true power is. As he spoke, the aura on Gu Fei's body began to change. A pressure that made the fire god's heart palpitate erupted from his body. The terrifying power caused the chaotic void around him to be annihilated. The fire god could sense that Gu Fei's power was increasing rapidly. *T, the fire god's expression changed. His opponent was using a secret technique to increase his combat strength. Kill. The fire god could no longer sit still. He wasn't Gu Fei who could allow his opponent to increase his strength. He wanted to attack while Gu Fei's strength was still increasing. Swoosh! The humanoid Tyrannosaurus disappeared from where he was. At the next moment, a red dragon claw was already grabbing at Gu Fei's head. A powerful force spread out from the dragon claw, locking up the entire chaotic void. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. It was hard to seal him with such a power. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he dashed forward. What? The fire god was shocked. His opponent's speed was extremely fast. Bam! Gu Fei's body collided heavily with the fire god's body. The fire god felt as though he had been hit by an ancient, sacred mountain. Even though the fire dragon true body was strong, he could still hear the sound of bones breaking from within his body. Uft. Chapter 2080. How is this possible? This is my fire dragon real body. How could I be injured? Fire god, who had transformed into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex, roared in disbelief. His saint body was extremely strong. Even the bodies of those old devils in the depths of purgatory on Earth were not as strong as his fire dragon real body. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei's voice was very calm. He continued to press towards fire god. The powerful pressure made the whole world tremble with his footsteps. At this time, the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from fire god's body. His chest, which had been caved in by Gu Fei, was wriggling. The broken sternum was recovering rapidly. Fire god was extremely shocked. The force of Gu Fei's collision was surprisingly strong. It could actually injure his fire dragon real body. This was something that had never happened before. It should be known that Gu Fei was not a self-proclaimed saint. However, even though he was not a saint, he still had such combat strength. It was really hard to imagine. At this time, Gu Fei had already activated the Ascension secret technique. His combat strength had increased tenfold. He took a step and instantly appeared in front of Fire God. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at Fire God. Gu Fei's palm covered the whole world. It was impossible for Fire God to escape from Gu Fei's grasp. There was nowhere for him to hide. How did this guy cultivate? How can he be so strong? At this moment, Fire God knew that he might not be able to kill Gu Fei. Instead, he was in danger of being killed by Gu Fei. That Hellion family head was really not a good person. He clearly knew that his opponent was so strong, but he still asked him to fight. Fire God had already cursed 18 generations of Hellion family heads, ancestors in his heart. Boom! Gu Fei punched out. The world shook. The powerful force made Fire God feel a sense of oppression. It was as if the surrounding air had been sucked out in an instant. Dragon transformation. The god of fire roared, and an extremely intense flame rushed out from his body. With a dragon's roar, he turned into a real dragon and rushed towards Gu Fei. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, subduing all living beings. All living beings in a radius of several tens of thousands of miles felt a shocking dragon might. All of them trembled, and a fear that came from the depths of their souls surged up. A raging fire dragon with monstrous divine fire pounced on Gu Fei and collided with Gu Fei's fist. Rumble. Two earth-shattering forces collided. Gu Fei only felt a sharp pain from his right fist. Then a powerful force sent him flying. So strong. Gu Fei was shocked. Fire God's attack seemed to have attracted the power of the ancient earth-fire dragon. It was so powerful that even if he used 10 times the power of rising to the heavens, he would still be pushed back. However, at this time, Fire God was even more miserable than Gu Fei. The head of the raging fire dragon that he had turned into was blown up by Gu Fei's punch. Wow. Fire God was seriously injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What fire dragon real body? It's just SO. Gu Fei quickly stabilized his body. Then he used the 8 desolation steps and rushed towards Fire God, who was sent flying. 8 steps, 8 kills, kill. Gu Fei shouted and directly took the first step of the 8 kill steps. With this step, he instantly caught up with Fire God. He came to the sky above Fire God and stomped down. A destructive force came down from under Gu Fei's feet. It was pitch black under his feet. Bolts of lightning-like earth energy flashed in the dark void. Roar. Fire God roared. At the moment when Gu Fei's foot landed, he felt an extremely dangerous atmosphere. He desperately gathered all his strength on his hands and then used them to block. Bang! Kacha! A muffled sound was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. A ball of divine fire fell from the sky. In the dark night, it was like a divine sun descending from the sky. This scene shocked everyone. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball directly fell into the mountains. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions from the point of impact. Mountains collapsed, trees were swept up into the sky, and dust soared into the sky, forming a huge wave of dust that was hundreds of feet high, spreading out in all directions. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was destroyed by this great wave. Even the hardest rock was crushed, and the area was turned into a desert. Rumble, the void trembled. Just as Fire God fell from the sky, Gu Fei had already taken the second step. The power of this second step was at least twice as strong as the first step. This was the power of the 8 kill steps. The second step and the first step were superimposed, and the third step was several times stronger than the second step. This was not a simple superposition of strength. Boom! When Gu Fei's step landed, the entire earth shook. The powerful force caused the mountains to sink and a large area of the ground to collapse. What was a landslide? This was a landslide. The ground within a radius of 50 kilometers was smashed into the ground by Gu Fei's stomp, creating a massive, bottomless hole. Everyone watching the battle from afar was incomparably shocked. This Gu Fei was really too strong. A single step created a bottomless pit in the ground. Master is really a fierce person. The 12 bandits were amazed. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei was too amazing. This was the first time the 12 bandits had seen the power of Gu Fei. Roar! Fire God's unwilling roar came from the depths of the earth. Rumble! The earth shook violently again. Gu Fei took the third step deep underground. When he took the third step, the entire ground collapsed and dust rose to the sky. Fire God was completely suppressed. Even if he was a self-proclaimed saint, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage in front of Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei's cultivation and realm were infinitely close to that level. As long as he was willing and ate the fusion Dao fruit, he would be able to break through to that level. Let's see how many steps you can take. Gu Fei's voice came from the depths of the earth. With every step taken, the power of the 8 kill steps would increase. Gu Fei had already taken the 3rd step. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei took the 4th step. The ground was destroyed, and the powerful force caused the earth to collapse, causing dust to rise high into the sky. The battle in the depths of the earth didn't last long. Although Fire God was strong, Gu Fei wasn't the same Gu Fei from 10 years ago. After 10 years of meditation, his cultivation had surpassed the realm of great completion quasi-saint and was infinitely close to the saint realm. If he didn't have any misgivings, he would have long been ready to break through to the saint realm. However, it was impossible for a saint to appear in the current human world. Even if he had the confidence to break through the shackles of the great heaven and earth and fight against the heavenly Tao to become a supreme saint, it still wouldn't work. Because if he guessed it right, the moment he becomes a saint would be the moment he falls. Chapter 2081. The God of Fire was defeated by Gu Fei's 8 steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei did not kill the God of Fire on the spot. He wanted to know from the God of Fire who wanted to deal with him. He had no enmity with the God of Fire. The God of Fire suddenly appeared in the celestial Venerate city and wanted to kill him. Someone must have secretly asked him to do it. This was not a small matter. If it was 10 years ago, he would have been killed by the God of Fire. If it was 10 years ago, he would have been the unlucky one. Gu Fei returned to the celestial Venerate city. Soon, he learned the ins and outs of the matter from the God of Fire. Is it the Hellion clan again? Gu Fei directly slapped the top of the God of Fire's head. The God of Fire died just like that. Perhaps even he himself did not believe that he would die in the celestial Venerate city. Gu Fei had always been merciless to his enemies. However, although he killed the God of Fire, he kept the God of Fire's corpse. It was the corpse of a sage, and it contained a strong essence. The essence and blood of a sage was comparable to a precious medicine. It could be used to refine the bodies of his subordinates. Gu Fei could not waste such a thing. In the celestial Venerate city's governor's mansion, Gu Fei sat on the throne in the main hall. Gu Zhong, the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang, and the remaining 11 bandits sat on the 2 seats in front of him. Old Jiao was also present. His cultivation had reached the peak of the almighty realm. He only needed 1 more step and he would become a powerful half-step sage. However, he was only half a step away from breaking through. Therefore, old Jiao left Gu Fei's inner world and stopped his closed-door training. Since he could not break through in closed-door training, he came out to gain experience. Perhaps he could break through the shackles of half-step sage in 1 fell swoop while fighting with his opponents. Master, the Hellion clan is too much. Should we teach them an unforgettable lesson? Gu Zhong said bitterly. The Hellion clan actually invited someone to deal with Gu Fei. It was really despicable. If it was 10 years ago, they would have been unlucky. Fortunately, Gu Fei's cultivation and battle prowess were no longer the same as before. That's right, Master. The Hellion family is really too restless. The middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and said, the Hellion family had always wanted to kill Gu Fei to avenge their ancestor. This was definitely a huge problem. The Hellion clan is the 2nd most powerful clan in the Central Prefecture. They cannot be underestimated. The 2nd brother of the 12 great bandits said. After all, the Hellion clan was a superpower. No one knew how deep their foundation was and whether they had a self-proclaimed sage overseeing it. The Hellion family is nothing to be afraid of. On the throne, Gu Fei suddenly said, Master, this. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Could it be that Master no longer placed the Hellion clan in his eyes? Go ahead and do whatever you want. As Gu Fei spoke, he stood up, turned around, and walked inside. Go ahead and do it. Gu Zhong's eyes were filled with excitement. As for the 12 great bandits, They glanced at each other. Master wants us to deal with the Hellion clan? Will he not do anything? Among the 12 great bandits, the middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge Liang, had the highest cultivation. As for the iron-blood Taoist, to a certain extent, he had only subdued the 12 great bandits. He wasn't a bandit himself. With the iron-blood Taoist, a great completion quasi-sage, leading the 12 great bandits, they might really have the strength to challenge the Hellion clan. However, the iron-blood Taoist was still in seclusion. The iron-blood Taoist's vitality was greatly injured. Although he had obtained the help of Gu Fei, he still hadn't fully recovered. In the end, Gu Zhong and the rest dispersed and returned to their own places. Very soon, the news of someone attacking the central prefecture Immortal Manor spread to Immortal Venerable City. The mountain gate of the central prefecture Immortal Manor was destroyed by a mysterious person. This matter shook the entire central prefecture. Could it be that the central prefecture Immortal Manor is really going to decline? Someone said, one must know that no one had ever dared to challenge the central prefecture Immortal Manor. But now, someone actually attacked the central prefecture Immortal Manor. At this moment, the Golden Goddess came again. She directly entered the Immortal Venerable City and arrived at the city Lord's mansion. Then she saw Gu Fei. What wind blew you here again, Goddess? When Gu Fei saw the Golden Goddess, he immediately knew who was behind the attack on the celestial abode of the central prefecture. I believe you already know. After the Golden Goddess sat down, she said to Gu Fei, I don't understand what you're talking about. What do I know? Gu Fei said with a smile. Hee, let's not beat around the bush. We're almost ready. What about you? Are you ready? Said the Golden Goddess as she looked at Gu Fei. Behind the golden mask, a pair of bright eyes looked at Gu Fei. It was a pair of eyes that were flashing with golden light. You've already probed the situation of the central prefecture Immortal Manor. At this moment, Gu Fei's expression became solemn. He stopped joking with the Golden Goddess. One must know that the central prefecture Immortal Manor was not easy to deal with. The people who attacked the central prefecture Immortal Manor a few days ago were definitely on the Golden Goddess's side. Their purpose of attacking the central prefecture Immortal Manor was actually very simple. They wanted to test the central prefecture Immortal Manor's reaction. If the central prefecture Immortal Manor only had the old prefecture Immortal Manor, they would directly take out their saint weapon and destroy the central prefecture Immortal Manor. However, the old prefecture Immortal Manor did not only have a self-proclaimed saint. Most importantly, they also knew that the central prefecture Immortal Manor also had an ancestral weapon left behind by the ancestor of the central prefecture Immortal Manor. To be called an ancestral weapon, it was definitely not an ordinary saint weapon, because ordinary saint weapons were not qualified to be called ancestral weapons. Very soon, the Golden Goddess left. Ancestral weapon, another self-proclaimed old man. In the main hall of the city Lord's Manor, Gu Fei was muttering to himself. At this moment, Gu Zhong and the others walked in from outside. The Golden Goddess told Gu Fei everything she knew. However, Gu Fei knew that this was probably not the full strength of the central prefecture Immortal Manor. It should be known that even the Hellion clan had at least 2 self-proclaimed old ancestors. The strength of the central prefecture Immortal Manor was definitely above the Hellion clan. Otherwise, the Hellion clan would have long replaced the central prefecture Immortal Manor and ruled the entire central prefecture. Gu Fei was deep in thought. No one disturbed him. Gu Fei was very clear about the Golden Goddess's intentions. Before she left, she gave a talisman to Gu Fei. It was an information transmission talisman. It seems like they're going to make a move soon. We have to be prepared. Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at Gu Zhong and the others. It seemed like it was necessary to refine their bodies with the saint blood again. He made up his mind. The blood of the fire god saint body was different from the blood of the old man from the Hellion family. The fire god's blood contained the power of the fire element, so it was definitely more tyrannical than the blood of the old man from the Hellion family. Chapter 2082. In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei took out another cauldron of precious liquid. He wanted to refine the bodies of Gu Zhong and the others again. This time he used the fire god's blood essence. Sage-level blood essence was a great supplement for those who had yet to become a sage, especially the great Tao fragments contained within the sage's blood essence. Although Gu Zhong had experienced refining his body with the sage's blood essence once, he still screamed the moment he jumped into the cauldron. Roar! Gu Zhong's screams could be heard throughout the entire godly land. On this day, all living beings in the godly land could not rest in peace. There seemed to be a divine fire burning within the cauldron. It was the fire god's blood essence that was boiling. A terrifying heat was emitted from the cauldron. Even those who were a few miles away could feel the heat. "Senior brother!" Hearing Gu Zhong's screams, Yao Yu's heart palpitated. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron was like a terrifying furnace. Even the 12 great bandits were shocked when they saw this. Although Gu Zhong's cultivation was only at the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm, his martial body was so strong that even a half-sage couldn't compare to it. Only the great accomplishment, quasi-sage, iron-blood, Taoist body could contend against Gu Zhong. This was enough to show how abnormal Gu Zhong's martial body was. However, even a cultivator like Gu Zhong, who focused on refining his body, was in so much pain when he used the fire god's blood essence to refine his body. If it was someone else, wouldn't it be like entering purgatory? Gu Zhong's screams didn't last long before they stopped. He sat cross-legged in the flame-like precious liquid and guided the spiritual energy within it to refine his body. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the fire chi rose. Above the mouth of the cauldron, there was a vague image of a fire dragon. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely jealous. It should be known that this was the purest fire dragon essence chi. Using this fire dragon essence chi to refine one's body would definitely improve one's physique, especially old Jiao, who had already cultivated the true dragon body. If he could absorb this fire dragon essence chi, his cultivation might break through to the half-sage realm. However, Elder Jiao also knew that he wasn't Gu Zhong. If he was in the mountain and river cauldron, his physical body would probably explode from the fire dragon's essence chi. After Gu Zhong's cultivation had broken through to the 5th heaven of Almighty, his cultivation had improved greatly. The amount of essence chi that his martial body could hold had also increased by several times. This time, he sat cross-legged in the mountain and river cauldron for a full day and night. Ha! At noon on the 2nd day, a loud laugh came from the cauldron of mountain and river. Then a figure rushed out from the cauldron of mountain and river. A powerful aura appeared in the world. This is another breakthrough? That person quickly landed on the ground. It was Gu Zhong. At this moment, Gu Zhong's body was completely red. It was as if there were streaks of scarlet electricity flowing through his skin and continuously entering his body. What a powerful aura! When everyone sensed the powerful life aura coming from Gu Zhong, they couldn't help being startled. It had only been a day and a night, but this fellow had broken through another minor realm. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation did not descend. Gu Zhong controlled the power within his body very well, causing the heavenly tribulation to be unable to sense this newborn power. Swoosh! Gu Zhong didn't stop. He directly took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the divine soil with his extreme speed of 8 steps. Very soon, a terrifying fluctuation spread out from the depths of the divine soil. A dark cloud appeared in the distant sky without any warning. Lightning constantly flashed within the dark cloud. The energy of the world was condensing. This was the heavenly tribulation. Damn, could it be that he had an epiphany? The middle-aged Taoist of the 12 bandits, Zhuge Liang, was shocked. He knew very well that Gu Zhong had just broken through to the 5th heaven of Almighty not long ago. but today his cultivation had broken through another minor realm. This cultivation speed was too shocking. Other than an epiphany, there seemed to be no other explanation. Gu Zhong went to undergo his tribulation, but the sacred blood body refinement continued. This time, even the iron blood Taoist had come out. His Yuan Qi had yet to recover. Refining the phoenix nest grotto heaven consumed a lot of energy, but once it succeeded, it would be a great benefit to the iron blood Taoist. It was equivalent to him carrying a grotto heaven with him. At this time, what the iron blood Taoist lacked the most was the purest essence Qi that he could absorb. The essence Qi of the fire dragon was actually somewhat similar to the essence Qi of the phoenix that the iron blood Taoist cultivated. They were both fire elemental energy, which was far more suitable for the iron blood Taoist's physique than the ordinary spiritual energy of the world. Without hesitation, the iron blood Taoist directly jumped into the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The entire mountain and river cauldron shook violently. Endless fire elemental energy surged in the cauldron, and a clear shadow of a dragon appeared above the mouth of the cauldron, roaring at the sky. Although it was only a shadow, everyone's ears seemed to hear the roar of an earth-fire dragon. Endless essence, Qi, surged in the mountain and river cauldron. This huge cauldron was very mystical. It constantly purified the power contained in the fire god's essence blood, dispelling the murderous intent and allowing people to absorb it directly. Pure fire essences were refined by the iron blood Taoist. They flew out of the scarlet treasure liquid and entered his body. Soon he was enveloped in a ball of divine fire. Boss Ironblood is indeed a monster. The 12 bandits were incomparably shocked at this scene. The methods of a great perfection quasi-sage were truly beyond their imagination. Some of them were half-sages, and some were close to the iron blood Taoist's level. However, none of them were great perfection quasi-sages. As long as they didn't become great perfection quasi-sages, they would never know how strong they were. Besides Gu Fei, the iron blood Taoist was the existence closest to a sage. At this moment, he was frantically devouring the endless essence Qi in the mountain and river cauldron. Even the divinity contained in the sage blood was absorbed into his body. This would allow his body to transform into a true sage body. Of course, in the present world, if there were no major changes that could change the world, no one would be able to become a sage. Only existences at the level of sages might know what happened back then, and why there was a force in the world that prevented people from becoming sages. Apart from the sages, perhaps even those super antiques that had existed since ancient times would not necessarily know what had happened back then. The iron blood Taoist stayed in the mountain and river cauldron for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did he reluctantly leave the mountain and river cauldron. During these 3 days and 3 nights, he had obtained great benefits. More than half of the divinity within the saint blood had disappeared. This was all absorbed by him alone. The divinity of the treasure liquid in the mountain and river cauldron had been reduced by more than half. Even the blazing aura from the mountain and river cauldron had almost disappeared. This, Chapter 2083. This time, Gu Fei had been helping his subordinates temper their bodies with the sacred blood for more than 10 days. He only stopped when they could no longer bear it. Even the 5,000 soldiers under him had been drawn into the mountain and river cauldron for a round of tempering. After being tempered by the medicinal liquid in the mountain and river cauldron, the bodies of the 5,000 soldiers had become even stronger. Every single one of them was brimming with vitality. Ordinary divine weapons couldn't even break through the skin of these soldiers. With 5,000 of these soldiers gathered together, they would definitely be able to make even a major completion quasi-sage shudder. Gu Fei wanted to create an invincible army that could fight for him. Although 5,000 was not much, what he wanted was a truly powerful army. Such an army would be able to conquer the world. In these 10 days, the cultivation of Gu Fei's subordinates had been improving rapidly, especially Gu Zhong and Yao Yu. After being tempered by the sacred blood several times, Gu Zhong's cultivation had increased by a minor realm. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, Gu Zhong walked out of the depths of the divine land in a disheveled manner. Yao Yu was even more abnormal. After being tempered by the sacred blood for the second time, she had an epiphany and her cultivation had broken through from the 9th level of immortal spirit to the 1st level of Almighty. After that, her cultivation continued to soar. She would undergo the heavenly tribulation every 2 to 3 days. She was improving at a rate of 1 minor realm every 2 days. Even Gu Fei was shocked by Yao Yu's cultivation speed. However, it wasn't a good thing for Yao Yu's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. One had to have a corresponding mental state to control one's cultivation. Yao Yu's cultivation was improving too quickly, but her mental state couldn't keep up with the speed of her cultivation. Therefore, when Yao Yu's cultivation had broken through to the 3rd level of Almighty, Gu Fei had set up a killing formation and thrown Yao Yu into it. For a cultivator, only when he had experienced the threat of death could he truly grasp great power. Back then, Gu Zhong had also been thrown into the killing formation until Gu Zhong could break out on his own. Over the last dozen days, Gu Fei had been making preparations because a superstorm that would engulf the entire ancestral star was about to erupt on Buzhou ancestral star. Outside the divine land, celestial Venerable city, 100 miles away from the city, banners fluttered in the wind. Groups of celestial soldiers in purple armor formed a square formation and stood quietly in the air. More than half of the sky was covered by the figures of these violet-armored battle soldiers. That is, some cultivators near immortal Venerable city passed by and were shocked to the extreme when they saw the densely packed, purple-armored immortal soldiers in the sky. There was not a single cultivator on planet Buzhou who did not know about the violet-armored immortal soldiers. They were an elite force under the command of the Ziyun clan. Legend had it that such a force had followed the patriarch of the Ziyun clan, the Violet Cloud Sovereign, as he conquered the world. Does the Ziyun clan really want to rule the Buzhou ancestral star? Although some of them had already received the news, it was still too shocking. After all, apart from the Supremes, who else could conquer the entire ancestral star since ancient times until now? Although the Ziyun clan had many experts, the immortal mansion of the central province was not to be trifled with. There was also the Golden Clan of the North, a clan that also had the lineage of a sovereign. Now that the Buzhou demon clan had appeared, the bald heads of the eastern arrival Saint Land would surely jump out as well. None of these cultivation forces were weaker than the Ziyun clan. Although not all of them had lineages of sovereigns, they had once prospered and produced many great figures. It was not easy for the Ziyun clan to conquer these super forces. They actually sent out the violet-armored immortal soldiers. Some of the passing cultivators were amazed. Another war was about to break out in Buzhou ancestral star. Who knew how many immortals and deities would fall when the war broke out? It had been tens of thousands of years since the last war on planet Buzhou. The war back then had brought the ancestral star to the brink of destruction. Now that the war had begun, the ancestral star would surely be plunged into misery and suffering. What should we do? The Lord isn't here. How can we stop the attack of the Ziyun clan with just the few of us? In the celestial Exalt city, the scouts of the 12 bandits had long known that the Ziyun clan was gathering troops 100 miles away, planning to attack the celestial Exalt city. This time, the Ziyun clan had sent out their most elite celestial soldiers, the purple-armored celestial soldiers. When the Ziyun clan's troops arrived at the city, Gu Fei was not around. Only a few hundred subordinates of the 12 bandits were stationed in the city. How could these people be a match for tens of thousands of violet-armored immortal soldiers? Break the talisman and inform the Lord. The guards in the city quickly broke the talisman that Gu Fei had left behind. The Ziyun clan. On a mountain peak in the divine land, a ray of divine light descended from the sky and landed on Gu Fei's hand. Soon, Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. Since he had taken over the Celestial Venerate, the Xian clan would definitely not let it go. The Celestial Venerate's location was very important as it was the gateway to the Central Plains. The Xian clan was determined to take back the Celestial Venerate. This time, the Xian clan had sent out their strongest immortal soldiers. Coincidentally, my 5,000 immortal soldiers have just refined their bodies with the saint's blood. I can use them to practice. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak and took a step forward, disappearing from the mountain peak. Not long after, a door suddenly appeared on the square of the Celestial Venerate. Gu Fei walked out from the door. Behind him were Gu Zhong, the Iron Blood Taoist, the 12 bandits, and the 5,000 immortal soldiers. Gu Fei's return to the Celestial Venerate instantly boosted the morale of his men. Gu Fei was the backbone of everyone. His appearance was undoubtedly the greatest encouragement to everyone. Are the people from the Xian clan really not afraid of being beaten? In the great hall of the city, Lord's estate, Gu Fei sat on the throne and muttered to himself. The Xian clan had already suffered a lot in his hands, yet they still dared to attack the Celestial Venerate. It seemed like he had not taught them enough lessons yet. Only by trampling them under his feet would they learn to be obedient. Rumble! Less than an hour after Gu Fei returned to the Celestial Venerate city, a thunderous rumble came from the sky outside the Celestial Venerate city. A murderous aura swept across the place, causing the cultivators in the Celestial Venerate city to be terrified. In the distance, a purple cloud floated over. It was made up of countless silhouettes that formed a purple flood. This flood was rushing towards the Celestial Sovereign City. "Who is Gu Fei? Come out and face your death." An old voice was heard. The tone was extremely dignified, as if it was a ruler looking down at the heavens and earth. There was an overbearing aura. Chapter 2084. Tens of thousands of purple-armored immortal soldiers flew over from afar like a purple cloud and stopped in the sky outside the immortal, venerable city. "Who is Gu Fei? Come out and accept your death." An old voice rang out from a chariot in front of the soldiers. An old man, also donned in purple armor, stood on the chariot. His voice spread across the entire Celestial Venerate city. Even the cultivators near the Celestial Venerate city could hear it. "What? Someone dares to talk to Gu Fei like that?" All the cultivators in the immortal venerable city were incomparably shocked. The cultivators in the vicinity of the city quickly rushed over. They wanted to see who was so powerful, but when they saw the densely packed purple silhouettes in the sky, they knew why the other party was so powerful. "It's the Xian clan." The cultivators near the immortal venerable city hurriedly retreated far away. "The old dogs over there are barking." A loud voice came from the city. Then, a silhouette appeared on top of the city wall. It was a young man, but it wasn't Gu Fei. "You are Gu Fei." The old god of war's pupils constricted when he saw the young man. This person's cultivation was too weak. How could someone like this defeat Zi Yunlong? "Against an old dog like you, there's no need for my master to come out." On top of the city wall, Gu Zhong coldly stared at the old general. A powerful battle intent exploded from his body, causing his clothes to flutter even though there was no wind. "Damn it, you're just a brat that stinks of your mother's milk. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me, when I was dominating the world? Who knows where you were drinking your mother's milk?" The old god of war was enraged. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. This brat truly deserved to die. "I, your young master, am standing right here. Come over if you have the guts. It seems like you won't be able to take a few punches from me. You're courting death." The old divine general was so angry that even his beard curled up. With a wave of his hand, a large bronze hammer flew up and smashed towards Gu Zhong, who was standing on top of the city wall. He knew that Gu Zhong was trying to infuriate him, but he had never been looked down upon in his entire life. After the copper hammer flew out of the old immortal general's hand, It rapidly enlarged and smashed forward like a mountain. The huge copper hammer was covered with dense Tao patterns. Sacred artifact. Up on the city wall, Guzhong could not help but feel shocked when he saw this. This old general was very extraordinary. The weapon in his hand was actually a saint implement. The power of the great Tao that erupted from the copper hammer caused Gu Zhong's heart to palpitate. Boom! A loud sound shook the entire immortal Venerable city. When the hammer was about 100 feet away from Gu Zhong, it was blocked by a force. Transparent ripples appeared the place where the giant hammer hit, and Tao patterns appeared in the void. The great city barrier formation has been repaired by you. On the chariot, the old immortal general was startled. At this moment, the huge hammer was bounced away by a force, which made the old immortal general furious. If you don't want to die, quickly retreat. Gu Zhong's face turned solemn. He knew that the old divine general was just probing him with this strike. The old divine general was truly powerful. Set up the formation. The old immortal general did not say anything else. After catching the copper hammer that was sent flying back, he waved his hand and gave the order to the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers behind him. Very well. Since you all want to die, I have no other choice. Gu Zhong also waved his hand. Instantly, countless silhouettes rushed out from the immortal Venerable city and came to the top of the city wall. A terrifying aura immediately spread out. There were thousands of people rushing to the top of the city wall. However, what shocked the old immortal general was that each and every one of them had an extremely vigorous blood and qi. Their muscles, bones, and flesh seemed to be made of divine iron, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. 5,000. There are actually 5,000 people like this. The old immortal general couldn't help but frown. Why didn't anyone tell him that there was such an army in the immortal Venerable city? Didn't they say that there were only some defeated soldiers in the city? It seemed like someone was hiding something. The old immortal general was very displeased. At this moment, the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers behind him had already spread out. As the battle formation was formed, an ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primordial era appeared in the surroundings. Yes, the moment the purple-armored immortal soldier set up the battle formation, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes in the celestial Venerable city's city Lord Mansion. Primordial battle formation. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The Xian clan really wasn't simple. They actually possessed a complete primordial battle formation. Although his 5,000 soldiers had been tempered by the sacred blood, it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat the immortal soldiers in the primordial battle formation. He didn't want to see any casualties among his 5,000 soldiers. Looks like I'll have to exercise my muscles again. Gu Fei stood up from his seat. He initially wanted to leave everything to his subordinates, but it seemed like he had to do it now. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared. Set up the formation. Even Gu Zhong found it hard to maintain his composure in the face of the powerful aura of a primordial beast. The enemy's battle formation was too powerful. In the formation formed by tens of thousands of soldiers, there was a silhouette faintly visible. It was a silhouette formed by the power of the battle formation. It was shocking enough. The silhouette was actually a huge dragon. Although it was blurry, the might of the dragon caused the souls of all living beings within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles to tremble. The dragon was the head of all living beings. Once the might of the dragon was released, all living beings would submit to it. Only those with powerful cultivation wouldn't be afraid of such a powerful divine might. This is the primordial might heavenly dragon formation. It's enough to break the defensive formation of the immortal Venerable city. Brat, die obediently. The old immortal general said and soared into the sky on his chariot, entering the formation. Rumble! The moment the old immortal general entered the formation, the entire formation seemed to have come to life. Countless Tao runes appeared in the air. They were dragon-shaped Tao runes. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was attracted by the formation. gathering towards it in a frenzy. Then, the silhouette of the dragon formed by the formation quickly became clearer. Roar! The towering dragon roared at the sky, causing the weather to change. The sun and moon lost their radiance. It was as if an ancient, heavenly dragon had appeared in the world. This, Chapter 2085. Outside the immortal Venerate city, tens of thousands of violet-armored soldiers laid down the ancient mighty heavenly dragon formation, gathering spiritual chi from all directions and condensing the power of the heavens and earth. What a powerful force! At this moment, Gu Fei also arrived at the top of the city wall. He couldn't help but be moved when he saw the terrifying energy wave. Master! Gu Zhong hurriedly bowed when he saw Gu Fei's arrival. Gu Fei only nodded and didn't say anything else. Master! At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits also arrived at the top of the city wall. The violet-armored soldiers of the Zun clan were already outside the city. Although they were cultivating, they were still alarmed. This is when the Iron Blood Taoist and the others saw a huge dragon soaring in the sky. They couldn't help but be shocked. The powerful dragon's might made their hearts palpitate. I didn't expect the Zun clan to have a complete formation diagram of the ancient formation. Gu Fei muttered. The great mighty heavenly dragon formation was famous even in the ancient times. It was a formation that was created by an ancient dragon that the Zun sovereign had subdued. The array could attract the power of the ancient mighty sky dragon. Although it wasn't the true ancient mighty sky dragon descending, the array could still produce the mighty power of a sage. Gu Fei, you're finally out. An old voice came from the formation outside the immortal Venerate city. The old divine general was in charge of the formation, but he was also paying attention to the movements on the city wall. Are the people of the Zun clan really not afraid of death? Gu Fei looked at the huge dragon in the sky and said coldly, he had even killed a self-proclaimed saint before, so why would he be afraid of a mere phantom? Up until now, Gu Fei really hadn't killed anyone important in the Zun clan. 10 years ago, he defeated the army of the Fire God Palace and injured Supreme Flame. 10 years later, he killed Supreme Flame. The people he killed were not the direct descendants of the Zun clan. Supreme Flame was only one of the 3 hall masters of the Fire God Palace. The Fire God Palace was only an external force of the Zun clan, one of the 10 tribes. Shameless boasting. Even someone like you dares to say such words. The old immortal general looked out of the large formation as he stared at Gu Fei on the top of the city wall and said in a muffled voice, There's no point in talking so much. I won't offend others if they don't offend me. If you don't want to die, then quickly take your people and scram. Otherwise, as he said that, a chilling killing intent surged out from Gu Fei's body. His gaze as he stared at the dragon in the sky sharpened. Otherwise what? The old divine general seemed to be angered by Gu Fei. This youngster's tone was really shocking. Could it be that he really had the strength to kill a self-proclaimed saint? The upper echelon of the Zun clan knew very well about Gu Fei's battle achievements. As the leader of tens of thousands of violet-armored immortal soldiers, the old divine general naturally had to investigate the opponent's actual strength before taking action. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The old divine general had fought for the Zun clan for countless years, so he naturally knew this very well. Very well. If that's the case, I have nothing else to say. Saying that, Gu Fei ordered the 5,000 soldiers behind him to retreat into the city. Although the 5,000 soldiers were physically strong, a battle between soldiers like this could not be determined by the strength of their bodies alone. The 5,000 soldiers had yet to familiarize themselves with battle formations, so it was difficult for them to fight against the well-trained, violet-armored immortal soldiers. Very soon, only Gu Fei, his disciple, and the 12 bandits, led by the Iron Blood Taoist, were left on the top of the city wall. They were all experts, especially the Iron Blood Taoist, who could already hold his own. "Humph! When I break into the immortal Venerable City, all of you will die," the old divine general said loudly in the formation. At that moment, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was gathered by the great might heavenly dragon formation, turning into the power of the formation. Attack! When the power of the great might heavenly dragon formation reached a certain level, the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers moved. They raised the divine spears in their hands and marched towards the immortal Venerable City in an orderly manner. A terrifying killing power enveloped the entire world. The aura that erupted from the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers fused together. It was as terrifying as the awakening of an ancient dragon. Roar! In the sky above the formation, the dragon that was condensed from the boundless power of the formation roared into the sky. Following that, it swooped down from the sky, pouncing towards Gufei. Boom! With a loud rumble, the dragon smashed into the barrier of light formed by the power of the Great City Barrier Formation. The entire Great City Barrier Formation shook as if the entire world was about to collapse. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared on the transparent light shield, like a piece of transparent porcelain that had been shaken until cracks appeared on it. Boom! Following that, the power condensed by the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers collided with the transparent light barrier of the formation. The transparent light barrier was immediately filled with cracks. This, on the top of the city wall, apart from Gu Fei, who maintained his composure, everyone else's expression changed. The immortal Venerable City's formation was a saint-class formation. The saint-class formation was actually unable to withstand the ancient killing formation formed by the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers from the Xian clan. Attack! The old voice sounded again. Then the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers outside the city charged towards the immortal Venerable City once again. The dragon collided with the densely packed black cracks on the light barrier once again. Bang! With a muffled sound, the light barrier formed by the immortal Venerable City's formation shattered. A huge gap was created in the formation, allowing the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers to charge in. Good timing. A furious roar was heard. Then a huge silhouette appeared in front of the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers, blocking their path. It was a silhouette formed by Gu Fei's chi. This silhouette was none other than himself. Gu Fei didn't respect the heavens or the earth. He didn't even put the martial ancestor in his eyes. He only respected himself. Kill! With a loud roar, boundless killing intent erupted from Gu Fei's body. Everyone around him was shocked to the extreme. In the next moment, they all retreated far away. Master is angry. The consequences will be dire. Gu Zhong knew very well that Gu Fei really wanted to kill. From his point of view, the Xian clan really needed to be taught a lesson. This, within the killing formation, the old divine general couldn't help being startled when he sensed the frightening, killing intent. Gu Fei was truly too monstrous. Could it be that he wanted to resist the ancient killing formation by himself? Boom! Just at this moment, the entire ancient killing formation suddenly trembled. The old divine general was truly shocked. What was going on? Chapter 2086. Gu Fei charged out from the top of the city wall the moment the purple-armored immortal soldiers broke the city guarding formation and met the tens of thousands of purple-armored immortal soldiers on his own. These violet-armored immortal soldiers were the elites of the Xian clan. They were soldiers formed by immortal kings. Tens of thousands of immortal kings gathered together and laid down an ancient killing formation. It was enough to make even a true saint tremble. Buzz. The void trembled. The ancient battle formation laid down by the purple-armored soldiers was in operation. A heavenly dragon swam in the formation, emitting a powerful draconic aura that intimidated all directions. Kill! Gu Fei charged straight into the ancient battle formation. The moment he entered the ancient killing formation, He felt as though the world changed. Everything in front of him disappeared. It was a dusky world. A huge dragon with supreme draconic aura was pouncing towards Gu Fei. It was as though a real ancient dragon had appeared in front of him. Gu Fei was shocked. Before he could react, the dragon was already in front of him. The powerful draconic aura almost suffocated him. Roar! Gu Fei roared and struck out with the primal chaos fist. On his right fist, Tao runes of primal chaos could be vaguely seen. When he punched out, the power of the great Tao surged. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Gu Fei's fist collided heavily with the dragon's claw. A powerful fist force exploded. He wanted to send the dragon flying. However, in the next moment, he discovered that the one who was sent flying wasn't the dragon, but himself. He was actually sent flying by the dragon. What? Gu Fei was truly taken aback. Even though he had yet to unleash his full strength, the power of that single punch was enough to turn a major completion quasi-sage into dust. Roar! The dragon roared, causing the dusky world to tremble. The void created by the formation. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This ancient killing formation was truly terrifying. It could actually create a world of formations. The person who created this formation was definitely incredible. Only a formation grandmaster could create such a world of formations. In the mortal realm, Gu Fei only knew that He Tian had such an insane ability. Kill! At this moment, the sky dragon pounced over again. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as the martial arts energy in his body surged violently. His battle intent was like a rainbow as he charged forward. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared silly by the supreme draconic aura conjured by the ancient killing formation. They wouldn't dare to go against the ancient heavenly dragon. The ancient heavenly dragon conjured by the killing formation was truly lifelike. It was as though a real heavenly dragon had appeared in front of Gu Fei. Even though he knew that the heavenly dragon was fake, Gu Fei still felt immense pressure. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei clashed with the 100,000-foot heavenly dragon. The ancient heavenly dragon was extremely powerful. It fought Gu Fei relentlessly. Even with Gu Fei's present cultivation level, it was difficult for him to suppress the dragon. The world that the array conjured was shaking violently, as though it could collapse at any moment. At this moment, outside the array world, the ancient killing formation, formed by tens of thousands of purple-armored immortal soldiers, stopped above Immortal Supremacy City. It did not charge down. Roar! An aged, angry roar constantly sounded from the ancient killing formation. The killing formation constantly changed as it gathered the powers of the heaven and earth. Terrifying dragon roars resounded from within the killing formation. Master! Master! In the airspace above the immortal Venerable City, Guzhong and the rest were all shocked to the extreme when they saw the scene. Their master was actually using his own strength to resist the ancient killing formation. Such combat strength could no longer be described as insane. It was simply heaven-defying. Rumble! Waves of destructive energy rippled from the ancient killing formation in the sky. Pitch-black, spatial cracks constantly appeared in the sky. If not for the protection of the protective formation, the entire Immortal Supremacy City would have been destroyed. How is this guy so strong? The old divine general roared in the killing formation. The ancient killing formation was extremely powerful. It could attract a strand of the ancient heavenly dragon's power. Even a self-proclaimed saint would perish if he were to barge into the formation world. One must know that this was a complete ancient killing formation. It was the trump card of the Xian clan. The Xian clan would not use such a power easily. Conjure the 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon. I'm going to kill this guy. The old divine general roared. Then, the great heavenly dragon formation changed rapidly. Beams of divine light appeared in the formation. Those divine lights were like tiny heavenly dragons rushing towards the center of the formation at a high speed. Boom! Just as the ancient sky dragon killing array was undergoing changes, the entire void within the array formation quaked violently. Countless golden divine beams descended from the sky and entered the gigantic dragon's body. Roar! The dragon roared into the sky and slapped Gu Fei away with its huge claws. What's going on? This guy's strength has increased again. Gu Fei's body felt like it was falling apart from the dragon's attack. His martial body suffered a great impact, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. What a guy! The dragon was much more powerful than he had imagined. The ancient killing formation really lived up to its name. One must know that with his current cultivation, only the power of a saint could injure him. Endless golden divine light descended from the sky and entered the body of the heavenly dragon. The entire dragon turned golden as if it was made of gold. Golden heavenly dragon. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but narrow his eyes. He extended his hand and wiped away the trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. His body let out a series of explosive sounds. His bones and tendons vibrated as the power of his martial body was released. The impact on Gu Fei's body was immediately eliminated. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded as a much more powerful energy wave blasted out from the body of the golden, heavenly dragon. The power left Gu Fei visibly moved. This was the true power of a saint. The killing formation was actually able to condense power of such a level. Gu Fei did not attack while the golden heavenly dragon was condensing its power. When the last golden divine light that descended from the sky vanished into the golden heavenly dragon's body, 9 golden Tao patterns suffused the golden heavenly dragon's body. I do want to see how powerful an ancient heavenly dragon's power is. Gu Fei did not dare to delay as he circulated the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. The power of the Heaven Ascension mystic skill circulated within his body as an astounding aura erupted from his body. And at that moment, the 9 golden Tao patterns on the golden heavenly dragon's body suddenly rushed out, transforming into 9 dragon shadows that lunged at Gu Fei. The power of the supreme great Tao surged as the Tao patterns transformed into dragons, condensing the strongest power of the Tao. The 9 dragon shadows were like peerless dragon ancestors. The aura they emitted made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. This. Chapter 2087. The Tao pattern turned into dragons, condensing the strongest Tao power. The 9 dragon-shaped Tao patterns seemed to have turned into 9 ancestral dragons as they rushed towards Gu Fei. The powerful force caused Gu Fei to feel suffocated. Good timing. 20 times the power of rising heaven. Gu Fei roared. 20 times the power of rising heaven burst out. The powerful force spread from his body. At that moment, the void around him was annihilated. The force that burst out from his body made the matrix world unable to contain his extremely powerful martial body. Boom! Gu Fei struck out with the primal chaos fist. With every punch, a primal chaos Tao pattern would rush out from his fist and clash with the incoming dragon shadow. This was a battle between 9 patterns. Gu Fei threw out 9 punches in a row. Every punch shook the heavens and the earth as he blocked the 9 dragon shadows. However, he did not have it easy either. His fists were covered with cracks. Even after using 20 times the power of rising heaven, he was still injured. This was an injury of the great path. It was very difficult to heal. However, he had cultivated the secret art of emergence. Injuries of the great path were only a small problem for him. Soon, the cracks on Gu Fei's fists disappeared. How is this possible? The old divine general's old voice sounded in the dark. He could not believe that Gu Fei could block such an attack. Roar! In the dark, the golden sky dragon roared at the sky. This phantom seemed to have a spirit of its own. The golden sky dragon seemed to be very unwilling. Kill! Gu Fei was like a killing god from ancient times. His murderous aura soared into the sky. He took a step forward and arrived above the golden sky dragon. Then he rode on the dragon's head. Bang! Gu Fei raised his fist and smashed it at the dragon's head. The powerful force almost shattered the dragon's head. The golden sky dragon roared and shook its head desperately, trying to shake Gu Fei off. However, Gu Fei seemed to have taken root on the dragon's head. No matter how the golden sky dragon shook, it could not shake Gu Fei off. Bang! 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 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Gu Fei punched again and again, using all his strength to smash at the dragon's head. The powerful impact caused his fists to be covered in blood. The golden sky dragon was just a fake dragon that had materialized and was lifeless. Hence, the blood on Gu Fei's fist was his own. Break for me. After Gu Fei threw 18 punches in a row, the last punch condensed all the strength in his body. It was extremely hard and strong. His fist hadn't really hit the dragon's head, but countless cracks had already appeared on the dragon's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden sky dragon's head was finally blown apart by Gu Fei's punch. The moment the golden sky dragon's head was blown apart, the entire array world collapsed. How is this possible? In the outside world, that old divine general found it hard to believe. The void formed from the power of an ancient killing formation was actually broken by Gu Fei. The formation heaven and earth was being destroyed. Wah! When the formation heaven and earth formed from the ancient killing formation collapsed, the old divine general spat out a mouthful of blood. The ancient grand formation had suffered a great impact. Trying to kill me with such a method? Dream on. Gu Fei charged out from the collapsing formation heaven and earth. He punched and kicked, instantly turning over a dozen violet-armored immortal soldiers into a mist of blood, completely disappearing from the world. When the old divine general saw this scene, he was so angry that he almost went berserk. One must know that every single violet-armored immortal soldier was extremely important to him. Even for a supreme force like the Xin clan, it wasn't easy for them to nurture an immortal king. Gu Fei moved rapidly within the ancient killing formation. Everywhere he passed by, there would definitely be violet-armored immortal soldiers falling from the sky or being smashed into a mist of blood by a single punch from him. Attack! Tens of thousands of violet-armored immortal soldiers roared in unison. Powerful energy gathered and they attacked at the same time. A huge dragon appeared within the killing formation. The huge dragon condensed once again and charged towards Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei directly smashed the huge dragon into pieces and charged forward. He was extremely domineering. With 20 times the strength of Ascension, he seemed to have transformed into an invincible god of war. Hundreds of violet-armored immortal soldiers cried out in pain as they were blown away by the energy storm. Some of them died the instant they were blown away by the energy storm. However, there were quite a number of violet-armored immortal soldiers that had yet to die. They managed to escape this calamity. What ancient killing formation? It's just SOO. Gu Fei laughed loudly as he continued to attack. Countless violet-armored immortal soldiers were blown away. The power of the ancient killing formation was rapidly declining, and the formation was in danger of collapsing. Preposterous! The old divine general charged out from the war chariot with 2 bronze hammers in his hands. His killing intent was soaring as he charged towards Gu Fei. On the surface of the 2 bronze hammers, Tao runes were constantly appearing. These were saint-rank divine weapons. The bronze hammers in the old divine general's hands definitely had a great origin. But at this moment, no one cared about this. You're no match for me. Gu Fei took a step forward and stretched out his hand. He directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. The palm covered the sky and enveloped the old divine general under it. Roar! The old divine general was like an injured ancient beast. He roared in rage and swung his bronze hammers upwards with all his might. The powerful saint energy shattered the void. However, without any suspense, the old divine general and his bronze hammers were slapped down from the sky by Gu Fei. Kill! At that moment, a loud shout came from the celestial reverend city. Then, a group of soldiers rushed out from the celestial reverend city. Like a sharp blade, they ruthlessly stabbed into the ancient killing formation in the sky that was about to collapse. It was just a simple charge, but the violet-armored immortal soldiers in the sky fell down like dumplings. What's going on? How did we lose? We're immortal kings. How could we be injured by these people? The ancient killing formation was in chaos. The violet-armored immortal soldiers were in chaos. At that moment, they were being forced to retreat by the 5,000 soldiers that charged out from the immortal Venerable city. The most elite immortal soldiers of the Xian clan were showing signs of losing. How is this possible? This Gu Fei can defeat a violet-armored immortal soldier. Far in the sky, the spectators were dumbfounded when they saw the shocking scene above the immortal Venerable city. One should know that that was the strongest immortal soldier of the Xian clan. Legend has it that this immortal soldier once followed the Xian sovereign to conquer the world. Of course, the current violet-armored immortal soldier was not the same as the one from the Xian sovereign's era. Even so, the power of the violet-armored immortal soldier was not to be underestimated. However, just as the immortal soldier of the Xian clan was about to be annihilated by Gu Fei, a tremor that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate came from the sky. Gu Fei was shocked. Whoosh! Following this, a brilliant godly light descended from the sky and broke through the formation of the celestial realm city. It then descended upon the celestial realm city and split the entire city in half. What? The sword mark was 1,000 miles long, splitting the entire immortal Venerable city in half. The power of the sword was so powerful that even Gu Fei was shocked. Who is it? Gu Fei looked high up in the sky. There was a figure faintly discernible in the purple qi. From that figure, Gu Fei could sense an invincible aura that looked down on the world. A single sword slashed the entire immortal Venerable city in half. Such a power shocked everyone. This was truly too terrifying. It was definitely not something an ordinary saint weapon could do. The ancient city was called the immortal Venerable city. Legend has it that the person who built the city was a supreme immortal. That was why the city was called the immortal Venerable city. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to truly destroy this ancient city. But now, this ancient city had actually been split in half by a single sword strike. Retreat! Before everyone could recover from their shock, the old general had already ordered the purple-armored immortal soldiers to retreat. The person in the sky was afraid of hurting the immortal soldiers of the Xian clan. Therefore, the sword did not hurt anyone because Gu Fei and the others were already fighting against the immortal soldiers. The immortal soldiers began to retreat in an orderly manner. Gu Zhong and the others who had recovered from their shock led another 5,000 immortal soldiers to kill more than 10 of them. Then, the rest of the immortal soldiers retreated from the immortal Venerable city. The Xian clan still has something up their sleeves. How could the people of the Xian clan just watch as the most elite soldiers of the clan were annihilated? Whoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky. With a single step, he arrived in front of the purple qi. Deceiving scoundrel, eat my fist. Without saying anything else, Gu Fei attacked right away. He threw a punch, and the purple qi in front of him immediately dispersed. Then he was stunned. He saw that there was nothing in the purple qi that was dispersed by his punch. While Gu Fei was stunned, a rumbling sound was heard. A dazzling sword light soared into the sky and slashed out from the void. Cunning bastard! The sword light arrived in an instant. Gu Fei had no time to dodge. He flipped his right hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. He then used the sword to block the attack. Clang! The sword light slashed fiercely against the sword in Gu Fei's hand. The powerful force almost made Gu Fei lose his grip on the sword. The sword flew out of his hand and he fell from the sky. However, Gu Fei soared into the sky again as if he was never injured. The ascension energy in his body was circulating. The sword chi that invaded his body was immediately dissolved by the ascension secret technique. His martial body recovered quickly. The 9 heavenly stars medal is indeed extraordinary. It can actually withstand an attack from an ancestral weapon. At this moment, a person holding an ancient sword suddenly appeared in the void in front of Gu Fei. This person was someone he knew. Zidan, it's you. Chapter 2088. Zi Rua was a saint of the Xian clan who had sealed himself. He was extremely powerful, and he even brought an ancestral artifact of the clan with him. It was an ancient sword. The body of the sword was simple and unadorned, but it gave off a powerful pressure, as if he was facing a slumbering, primordial heavenly beast. I didn't think that your cultivation would be even more powerful than it was 10 years ago. Zi Rua looked at Gu Fei as his eyes flickered. He found it hard to believe that this young-looking person could actually receive an attack from an ancestral artifact. Gu Fei looked at the ancient sword in Zi Rua's hand. It was the ancestral artifact of the Xian clan. Sensing the aura emitted from the ancient sword in Zi Rua's hand, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. He noticed that the ancient sword in Zi Rua's hand was actually a celestial exalt sword. Even if it was not a weapon forged by a celestial sovereign, it was still a sword of a mortal emperor. Gu Fei did not intentionally differentiate between celestial sovereign swords and mortal emperor swords. After all, celestial sovereigns and mortal emperors were powerful existences of the same level. Scram if you don't want to die. Gu Fei looked at Zi Rua and said, so what if it was a celestial sovereign's sword? He had a saint artifact forged by an extreme sovereign. You, hearing that, Zi Rua's eyebrows immediately straightened. He was still as arrogant as ever, but he knew very well that he did have the right to be arrogant. After all, even the ancestor of the Hellion clan had died in Gu Fei's hands. The Hellion clan's influence was only second to the number 1 clan in the Central Plain, the immortal manor of the Central Plain. However, there were many experts in the clan, and they even had 3 ancestors. However, even such a powerful clan like the Hellion clan could not do anything to Gu Fei. What about you? If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram, Gu Fei said impatiently. He also wanted to experience the power of the ancestral artifact of the Xian clan and see if he could fight against it. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way. Zidan was enraged, and then he directly activated the ancient sword in his hand. A ray of sword light immediately charged out from the ancient sword, instantly charging tens of thousands of meters, and descended towards Gu Fei's head. The extremely powerful sword light seemed to have split the entire world into 2. Everyone felt a chill. Shua. Gu Fei brandished the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and blocked the attack. Clang! When Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword collided with the descending sword light, a metallic sound was heard. He felt a jolt in his hand, and the 9 heaven stars sword almost flew out of his hand. A strong force came from the sword, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Buzz! A sword hum rang out. The ancient sword in Zi Rua's hand continuously trembled. On the sword's body, Tao patterns continuously surfaced. This ancient sword seemed to be showing signs of awakening. To Gu Fei, this was definitely not a good thing. After all, the sword in Zi Rua's hand was not an ordinary saint weapon. It was an immortal saint weapon that was only inferior to the extreme sovereign. In the primordial era, there were many talented disciples in the Xian clan. Among these people, there were even some who became immortal sovereigns that were only inferior to the extreme sovereign. The ancient sword in Zi Rua's hand was a peerless divine weapon that was refined by an old immortal sovereign of the Xian clan. Seeing that Gu Fei actually blocked another attack from his immortal sovereign sword, Zi Rua was shocked. It seemed like in the past 10 years, his cultivation had actually reached such a level. "Eat my sword as well." At this moment, Gu Fei shouted. A ray of sword light immediately rushed out from his hand, emitting a shocking ripple of sword qi. It instantly pierced through the void, slashing towards Ziruo. "Humph," Ziruo snorted coldly. The ancient sword in his hand trembled slightly, and a sword ripple spread out from the ancient sword. The ray of sword light that Gu Fei slashed over immediately collapsed, dissipating into the void. The ancestral weapon of the Xian clan is truly terrifying. The spectators in the distance were extremely shocked when they saw this. The Xian clan actually used an ancestral weapon to deal with Gu Fei. Perhaps only an existence like Gu Fei could fight against the ancestral weapon of the Xian clan. After the sword ripple spread out from the ancient sword shattered Gu Fei's ray of sword light, it did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to surge towards where Gu Fei was. Whoosh! At this moment, a purple light suddenly surged out from the center of Gu Fei's brows. Then the purple light turned into a ray of sword light and slashed forward. The ray of sword light was indestructible. It actually directly broke through the sword ripple that spread out from the ancient sword, then directly pierced towards Ziruo. What? Ziruo's shock was truly not to be underestimated. The sword of the way with the power of the soul, the 9 secrets of the way of immortals. After all, Ziruo was a super ancient who had already become a saint ruler during the primordial era. He had lived for a very long time, so his knowledge was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. Whoosh! Ziruo did not think too much about it. He quickly retreated, but the purple ray of sword light followed him like a shadow. He was actually unable to shake it off, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Ziruo could no longer maintain his composure. He directly swung the ancient sword in his hand and blocked the attack. The powerful ripple of sword qi was like an angry tide, completely sealing off the space before him. However, a scene that left Ziruo dumbfounded happened. The purple ray of sword light was like an invisible shadow passing through in an instant. By the time Ziruo wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Spurt! A flower of blood appeared on Ziruo's chest. The sword of Wei had pierced through his body, then flew back towards Gu Fei, entering the center of Gu Fei's brows. Ziruo could not believe that he was actually injured by his opponent. The might of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao was truly not to be underestimated. There was the power of the great Tao attached to his wound, causing it to be difficult for it to heal. At this moment, everyone was watching the great battle in the sky. Master strength is unfathomable, someone amongst the 12 great bandits exclaimed. To actually be able to injure a saint physique with his bare hands. This is too heaven-defying, someone saw through Ziruo's background. Ziruo was a saint who had sealed himself. His saint physique possessed an undying divinity and was incomparably powerful. Ordinary divine weapons were unable to injure a saint physique at all. Only a saint-ranked divine weapon could injure a saint physique. Again, Gu Fei wielded the 9 heaven stars sword and directly charged towards Ziruo. His chilling killing intent shocked the surroundings, causing Ziruo's heart to palpitate. Just as Ziruo was about to act, Gu Fei's figure suddenly became blurry. Crap! Ziruo's heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, his vision blurred, and Gu Fei's figure suddenly turned into 3. These 3 Gu Feis were exactly the same, and every single one of them emitted out an astonishing aura. How is this possible? Ziruo muttered to himself. It's the 3 Pierce secret technique. At this moment, the 3 Gu Feis had already rushed over. There was no suspense at all. Even if Ziruo had a great killing weapon in his hands, it would still not be enough. He could only deal with a single Gu Fei, but right now, there were actually 3 Gu Feis attacking him at the same time. Ziruo was rather impressive. He killed the 2 figures that Gu Fei's 3 Pure secret technique. But Gu Fei's real body suddenly appeared behind Ziruo, and then he slammed his palm onto Zirua's back. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The power of Gufei's palm was too great. It actually broke Zirua's spine, and Zirua's body was almost split into two. I've already said it. You are not my opponent. After Gufei's attack succeeded, he immediately followed up with an all-encompassing attack, not giving Zirua any chance to retaliate. Even the Ziyun clan's ancestral artifact in Zirua's hands was snatched away by Gufei in the end. Damn it. Even the ancestral artifact was snatched away. This made Zirua almost puke blood. His speed was too fast. Bang! Gufei stomped on Zirua's chest, shattering all of his ribs. Then, like a meteor, Zirua fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Retreat! An aged voice rang out. Seeing that the situation was not right, the old divine general immediately gave the order to retreat. This Gufei was too powerful. Even Zirua could not fight against him, and his ancestral artifact was even snatched away by him. That was a flawless ancestral artifact of the Ziyun clan. Run! Suddenly, Gufei's expression changed. He descended from the sky and landed on the ground. And at this moment, Zirua, who was stomped down from the sky, had actually disappeared. He fled through the earth. Gufei was very surprised. He did not think that an existence like Zirua would actually flee for his life. The Ziyun battle troopers came with a ferocious aura, yet they returned in defeat. This made everyone who witnessed the scene feel that it was unreal. The Ziyun clan sent out a violet-armored immortal soldier and an ancestral artifact, but they were still not a match for Gufei. This caused the spectators to be filled with disbelief. The Ziyun clan has lost. Look, the Ziyun battle troopers are retreating. With his own strength, Gufei repelled the attack of the Ziyun clan. This battle achievement was too shocking. If they did not witness it with their own eyes, perhaps no one would believe it. You got lucky. Gufei muttered to himself. He did not chase after Zirua, nor did he attack the violet-armored immortal soldier. With his current cultivation, it was beneath him to attack a violet-armored immortal soldier that had already been defeated. He then flew down from the sky and entered the celestial Venerable city. Is Gufei really that powerful? The result of this battle spread to the ancestral court of the Ziyun clan very quickly. The 5 great figures of the Ziyun clan were shocked to the point of disbelief. This result was hard for them to accept. However, after this battle, the Ziyun clan became much more well-behaved. They no longer attacked the ancient city. On the 3rd day after the battle, the Golden Goddess finally sent a message. They were about to make their move. They had already made sufficient preparations. It was time. Are they finally going to make their move? Within the city lord's estate, Gufei sat on the throne. At this moment, Guzhong and the others were seated on the 2 sides of the hall. Chapter 2089. The entire Central Plains, even the entire ancestral star of Buzhou, was brewing a storm. All the powerful forces could feel the pressure of the approaching storm. It was no secret that someone was going to attack the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. The Central Plains Immortal Mansion had already announced that they would make sure that those who dared to offend the Central Plains Immortal Mansion would never return. No one had been able to shake the Central Plains Immortal Mansion's position for countless years. In the current era where there were no true saints or supremes, it wasn't an easy task to shake a colossus like the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. Even the Ziyun clan and the Gold clan couldn't do it. However, the situation this time was different from the past. No one knew how much power the people who dared to attack the Central Plains Immortal Mansion had gathered. No one knew if this energy could shake the Middle State Immortal Abode. Those guys really think they can shake the ruling position of the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. The voice of the old prefecture master came from the ancestral court of the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. He had received news that those guys were going to make their move in a few days. Don't be too careless. Those people aren't that easy to deal with. The white-clothed old man hugged the bronze mace and sat on a boulder with his eyes closed. He didn't even open his eyes when he spoke. Those people won't be able to cause any waves, the old prefecture master said disapprovingly. They still had trump cards that they hadn't used yet. If those people dared to come, they would definitely make sure that they wouldn't return. They would all be eliminated. It's better to be careful. The white-clothed old man said. Who said that I'm careless? The old prefecture master said. That's good. The white-clothed old man didn't say anything else. I'll go take a look again to make sure that nothing goes wrong. The old prefecture master left the ancestral court and started patrolling the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. After the previous battle, the Central Plains Immortal Mansion had suffered quite a bit of damage. Even now, the collapsed hall, broken cliffs, and huge ravines on the ground could still be seen. These were all the damages caused by those mysterious people last time. It had to be said, although the last battle had only lasted for a very short amount of time, the ones who came were all true experts. They even brought sacred artifacts with them. Due to that, the damage they caused to the Immortal Mansion of the Central Plains would be very difficult for the Immortal Mansion to recover in a short period of time. Just as the Central Province Immortal Mansion was preparing to deal a heavy blow to the invaders, a powerful force was rapidly gathering. In a small mountain village 1,000 miles away from the Central Plains Immortal Abode, many mysterious people had arrived. This was a deserted, small mountain village. Have the people from the north arrived yet? In the biggest stone house in the small mountain village, someone was talking. Old man, what's the rush? Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the stone house. A black-cloaked figure appeared outside. It was a woman. You guys are finally here. I thought you guys wouldn't dare to come. A tall old man walked out of the stone house and led the mysterious woman into the stone house. After that, more and more people entered the small mountain village and were taken into the stone house by the people inside. No one would have thought that such a huge storm was brewing in this stone house. The moon gradually rose to the middle of the sky. It was very quiet around the small mountain village. Shwa! A gentle breeze blew. A silhouette walked out of the small mountain village. After that, more and more people left the small mountain village and disappeared into the night. Very soon, a shocking aura suddenly appeared on a mountain 300 miles away from the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. Boom! The mountain trembled as a supreme force erupted. Someone on the mountain took out a flawless saint artifact. A powerful divine light tore the dark sky apart, illuminating the entire place. A terrifying energy ripple instantly spread for thousands of miles. At this moment, this saint-level energy ripple startled countless living beings, especially the people in the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. They finally made their move. Divine light shot up to the sky. The power of the saint level covered 100,000 miles. To countless cultivators, this was definitely a sleepless night. Someone really made a move against the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. Rumble, a golden dragon, appeared in the sky in the north, exuding a supreme divine might that caused all living beings to tremble. The terrifying power was not any weaker than the saint-level energy from the southern mountain peak. There were people in the south and north who used their saint weapons, gathering their power. Roar! At this moment, a white tiger appeared in the sky in the west. It was a huge beast that was even taller than the immemorial divine mountain. It filled the entire eastern sky. The white tiger roared. This was an extremely shocking scene. The powerful energy made half the sky in the west seem like it was going to collapse. White tiger seal, someone exclaimed. This was a famous saint artifact of the demon race. The demon race on the ancestral star of Bujo had already declined, but no one would have thought that the Bujo demon race still had such power. A monstrous demonic aura spread out from the white tiger, shocking the heavens. It did not disguise itself at all. Perhaps it was disdain to disguise its original appearance. Right after the white tiger appeared, a ball of golden Buddhist light floated over from the east. The Buddhist light stopped in the air about 300 miles away from the central province immortal abode. There were 3 golden beads the size of human heads floating in the Buddhist light. The Buddhist experts of the Eastern arrival, Holy Land, had arrived. The 3 golden pearls should be the relics left behind by the eldest disciple of the Buddhist Lord after he underwent nirvana. It was said that the Eastern arrival Holy Land was founded by the eldest disciple of the Buddhist Lord. Its foundation was no weaker than that of the Xian clan or the Gold clan. One must know that the ancient Buddhist Lord was one of the most powerful sovereigns in history. Who would have thought that even the big baldy of the Eastern arrival Holy Land would come out? An old voice came from the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. Tonight, the Central Plains Immortal Mansion faced its greatest crisis since it was founded. Powerful enemies from all 4 sides had joined forces to kill them. The power of the 4 great saint weapons burst forth, sealing up the entire region where the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion was located. They were bent on killing every single disciple of the Middle Continent Immortal Mansion, not letting any of them off. Amitba, Lord, a Buddhist chant came from the east. The ancient road of the human race should belong to the entire human race. As long as the Central Plains Immortal Mansion gives up the ancient road of the human race, the Eastern arrival Holy Land will retreat immediately. A golden Buddha appeared under the 3 Sarairas, floating in the golden Buddha light, and said such words. Auspicious Buddhist power was vast and mighty. That's right. Hand over the ancient road of the human race and let the various forces control it together. We will retreat immediately. An old voice came from the south. Humph! You guys have long wanted to make a move against the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. If you want to make a move, just do it. There's no need to find such a high-sounding reason. Chapter 2090. The Great War was about to erupt. This was definitely an earth-shattering war. Ever since the destruction of the Desolate Era, there had never been a war of this level. At this time, 4 great experts appeared, surrounding the entire region where the Central Plains Immortal Manor was located from the north, south, east, and west. The 4 great, perfect saint artifacts were awakening, suppressing this part of the world. Come, let me see how you guys are going to destroy my Central Plains Immortal Manor. In the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor, the crazed roar of the Central Prefecture Lord rang out. After this battle, all the problems would be resolved in one go. Humph! From the northern sky, a cold snort was heard. After that, the golden dragon, circling in the sky, rushed towards the Central Plains Immortal Manor. Like a real golden dragon descending from the 9 heavens, the majestic draconic might was earth-shattering. With just a leap, the golden dragon had already reached the sky above the Central Plains Immortal Manor. Bang! Just at this moment, a thunderous boom rang out as 9 heavenly fire pillars burst out from the surroundings of the Middle Plains Immortal Palace, causing dust to billow in the air. The gigantic fire pillars were shrouded in god fire as a powerful force radiated out from them, enveloping the entire Middle Plains Immortal Palace with a layer of god fire. The power of the saint level was vast and mighty. This was the 9 dragons, heavenly fire pillar of the Central Prefecture's old master. Back in the wild little world, he had used this 9 dragons, heavenly fire pillar to force a saint beast to the point where it had no choice but to take the risk to break the seal on its body. It was easy to imagine the result of undoing the seal. Before the saint beast could unleash its true power at the pinnacle of the saint level, it suffered a calamity and was destroyed in both body and soul. This was enough to show how powerful the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar was. Roar! The golden dragon let out a long roar and directly charged towards the layer of flames. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The entire world trembled. The 9 pillars of fire shook as well. The golden dragon collided with the layer of fire formed by the power of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar. The strong impact shook the entire 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation. This, in the Central Plains Immortal Manor, the old prefecture lord couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The opponent's Saint tool wasn't simple, it could actually shake the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation. One should know that the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar was a Saint tool refined by an immortal Venerable. An immortal Venerable's Saint tool was much stronger than the Saint tools refined by ordinary saints. The golden dragon that had descended from the sky was unable to break the 9 dragon divine flame formation, shocking the elder of the Gold family. The golden dragon flew back and turned into a golden spear that landed in the elder's hand. This is the 9 dragons' divine fire pillar of the 9 dragon saint. Up in the east, amidst the auspicious golden Buddhist light, an ancient voice echoed out. At this point, only the truly supreme old-timers were qualified to take action. Roar! At this moment, the incomparably huge white tiger in the western sky suddenly pounced over. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the might of this white tiger's pounce. Boom! Without any hesitation, someone activated the power of the white tiger seal in an attempt to break the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar. After a loud bang, although the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar seemed to be shaking and on the verge of collapse, the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation did not collapse in the end. The white tiger also flew back and turned into a large seal, falling into the hands of a white-haired man with a youthful appearance. Ancient demon saint. Everyone could guess the origin of this white-haired youth when they saw him. Among the demon clan, the only person who could use the white tiger seal was the ancient demon saint who had recently awakened. Of course, this white-haired demon saint had also used a secret technique to seal his sage-level energy. He didn't dare to undo the seal. It seems like none of us can break the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation alone. Why don't the 4 of us join forces? Someone suggested. Very well. The white-haired great demon nodded. Of course, the elder with the golden spear nodded as well. This 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation wasn't simple. It was a killing formation created by the 9 dragons saint in the past. That 9 dragons saint was an immortal Venerable. How could an immortal Venerable's formation be so easily broken? Amitabha, Lord, the old monk who held the 3 relics left behind by the eldest disciple of Amitabha, Lord, put his palms together. His face was filled with compassion. Under the Buddhist light, he looked like a true Buddha that had appeared in the world. Let's do this. On the southern mountain peak, the mysterious man also agreed. Since it's like this, let's begin, the old man from the Gold family said. At this time, there was no need for him to hide his identity. The Gold family and the Central State Immortal Mansion didn't have much of a relationship. Boom! A thunderous sound came from the southern mountain peak. Then, an even more powerful saint-level power spread out in all directions from the mountain peak. That mysterious person was furious. He actually used all his strength to activate the saint artifact. A mysterious saint artifact was quickly awakening. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial universe spread out from the mysterious saint artifact. Even the heavens paled because of it. The mysterious sage tool was fully awakening. At the same time, the 3 Arhat relics in the east erupted with dazzling golden Buddhist light. It was as if 3 golden suns had appeared in the world. The Arhat's relic contained a huge amount of power that was guided out by the old monk. A shadow appeared above the 3 relics. A peaceful Buddhist power spread out in all directions. The white-haired monster saint activated the white tiger seal again. The phantom of a white tiger immediately rushed out from the white tiger seal. Countless runes appeared on the seal. The expert from the Gold family directly charged forward with his golden spear. He stabbed out with all his might. The phantom of a dragon rushed out from the golden spear. This All the disciples of the immortal manner of the central province were shocked to the extreme in the face of the four great experts activating their divine weapons at the same time. The powerful aura of the divine Tao filled the air, and some of the weaker disciples of the immortal manner of the central province were so scared that their legs were trembling. These guys, the old sect master couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the four experts attacking together. After all, the Gold family's golden spear also had a great origin. The white tiger seal in the Buzhou monster saint's hand was also a great killing tool, refined by a great sage of the monster race. The three relics hovering above the head of the old monk from the eastern arrival, Holy Land, were even more astonishing. The relics contained the power of the Buddhist master's eldest disciple. If this power was channeled out, the power displayed would definitely not be inferior to an immortal exalted saint artifact. Kill. Chapter 2091. The Central State Immortal Abode faced its biggest crisis since the establishment of the Immortal Abode. The experts of the four superpowers came with saint weapons in their hands, sealing the area with overwhelming momentum. However, the Central State Immortal Abode was a superpower that had existed for countless years. Their foundation was incomparably deep. Even if the four experts came with saint weapons, they still had the strength to fight. Rumble! The golden divine dragon seemed to fall from the 9 heavens, erupting with shocking power. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the golden dragon, activating the power of the saint level. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The golden great spear was definitely an important treasure of the golden clan. The great spear turned into a dragon, as though a real 9 heavens golden dragon had appeared in the world. This is an immortal's supreme treasure. Save your energy. An old man rushed out of the Central State Immortal Abode. This old man was the Old Abode Lord. 10 years ago, he fought a saint beast in the desolate little world and was already greatly injured. 10 years later, he seemed to have regained his vitality. His tall body emitted an extremely powerful aura. His divine eyes flickered as he looked around. This was an extremely powerful old man. Even though he was already old, he still had a disdainful aura. Boom! At this moment, the golden dragon, formed by the golden great spear, had already fiercely collided with the divine fire barrier formed by the 9 heavens divine fire pillar. This was a huge collision. Countless Tao patterns were destroyed. Fiery light and golden light illuminated the entire world. The powerful power of the saint level spread in all directions, causing all living beings in a radius of 10,000 miles to tremble. It was as though 2 true saints had appeared in the world. What's going on? This power. At this moment, the Central State and even the entire ancestral star of Buzhou, all the hidden experts sensed this and were incomparably shocked. Boom! In the extreme north of Buzhou, a snowy mountain suddenly exploded. Snow and ice shot up into the sky as a figure rushed out from the exploded snowy mountain. Is it finally going to be chaotic? That person laughed and directly used a great divine ability, disappearing into the void. Because of this, there was a great avalanche that was rarely seen in 10,000 years in the great snowy mountain. It's going to be chaotic. The opportunity to become a saint is about to appear. On a huge island in the endless sea of the South Pole, a long sigh could be heard. On the island, there was a towering mountain that reached the clouds. On the peak of the mountain, there was a beautiful palace. This palace was the South Pole Immortal Abode. In the southern part of Buzhou, the Ziyun clan reigned supreme. However, that was only on land. In the southernmost boundless sea, the South Pole Celestial Blessing was the leader among the rogue cultivators from overseas. The South Pole Immortal Sovereign was the ruler of the southern endless sea. In a desolate land in the west, in a bottomless abyss, there was also a strong vibration. There was an extremely strong demon hiding there. The Buzhou demon race was much stronger than they looked on the surface. Buddha, Lord, chaotic heaven, and earth, the opportunity to become a saint. An ancient voice came from the East Sanctuary. East. At this moment, the collision between the 9 dragons' heavenly fire pillar and the golden spear had reached a white-hot stage. Waves of powerful forces surged out, shattering the void between heaven and earth. The golden Tao pattern and the fire dragon-shaped Tao pattern interweaved and destroyed each other. This was the clash of the power of the divine Tao contained within the 2 saint weapons. The divine fire pillar of the 9 dragons was an immortal, venerable, supreme treasure after all. The 2 saint weapons did not last long before the golden spear was knocked away. Kill! At this moment, the other 3 experts made their moves. The 3 saint weapons moved together, causing a terrifying energy to sweep through the heavens and earth. The white tiger roared into the sky, displaying its unparalleled ferocity. With just a single pounce, hideous cracks appeared in the entire space. In the east, the 3 Buddha relics were floating, and a golden figure appeared in the air. It was the shadow of a Buddha. The old monk from the east coming sage land activated the Arhat energy contained within the Saraira, condensing an apparition of the Arhat. The apparition was as tall as a mountain, and after that a huge golden hand slammed down on the central state immortal abode. Buddhist power was vast and mighty. In the palm of the Arhat's shadow, a swastika appeared. When the palm landed, it instantly caused a part of the world to collapse. The Arhat Saraira is indeed powerful. Seeing this scene, the old chief of the central state immortal abode couldn't help but be moved. The East Coming Sage Land was a place established by the eldest disciple of the ancient Buddhist Lord. The Saraira left behind by the eldest disciple of the Buddhist sect was definitely not something that ordinary saint weapons could compare to. The Saraira of the Buddhist sect had great abilities and power. However, this was not the strongest attack. The strongest attack came from a mountain 300 miles away in the south. A purple gold sword light soared into the sky, directly slicing through the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shroud above the central state immortal abode, creating a 1,000-foot-long crack on the fire shroud. Rumble, the white tiger seal, and the Buddha's palm. 2 saint-level powers shot into the central state immortal abode from the crack above. These 2 powers caused great destruction in the central state immortal abode. Mountain after mountain collapsed. Buildings after buildings turned to dust. Within the central state immortal abode, countless disciples were turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. Roar! The old chief of the central state immortal abode roared. His eyes turned red when he saw countless disciples turned into a mist of blood. These were all the elite disciples of the central state immortal abode. The central state immortal abode had ruled the central state for countless years. The disciples of the central state immortal abode could be found all over the central state. However, the disciples who could enter the central state immortal abode were the most outstanding among the countless disciples. These disciples represented the future of the central state immortal abode, but now they were directly killed. This was equivalent to destroying the future of the central state immortal abode. BZZZ. Just as the destructive power was about to reach the ancestral court in the depths of the central state immortal abode, a rumbling sound came from the ancestral court. Then, a divine mace flew out from the ancestral court. A supreme power emanated from the divine mace, blocking the power of the white tiger seal and the Arhat. Not only that, the power from the divine mace also froze the entire central state immortal abode, protecting the ancestral court of the central state immortal abode. Seeing this scene, the ancient demon from the Bujo demon clan and the old monk from the eastern arrival, Holy Land, couldn't help but be shocked. The ripples from the divine mace made their hearts palpitate. Paragon saint weapon, someone exclaimed. Impossible. The old man with the golden spear in his hand said this. This divine mace wasn't a paragon saint artifact. But even if it wasn't far from it. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 2092. Bees. The divine mace vibrated and a terrifying wave of energy rippled out from the divine mace. Roar. In the sky, the ancient demon of the demon race roared in anger and was sent flying. The white tiger that was pouncing towards the middle continent immortal mansion was also sent flying. The white tiger seal was sent flying, and the huge hand that the Buddha seal had sent out also dissipated in the void. The Buddha figure became blurry and almost dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. That truncheon actually had such power, it was truly out of everyone's expectations. Humph! The white figure that walked out from the ancestral court in the depths of the middle continent immortal mansion grabbed the truncheon floating above the middle continent immortal mansion. A domineering aura gushed out from the white figure the moment he grabbed the truncheon. Everyone felt an immense pressure. It's not that easy to destroy my middle continent immortal mansion. Today, all of you shall die here. The white-robed old man was even more domineering than the old master of the middle continent immortal mansion. With the truncheon in his hand, he was invincible, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Boasting shamelessly, "I'll fight you." The golden old man's battle intent surged. He wielded his golden spear, and his killing intent soared to the sky. He took a step in the air and instantly charged into the middle continent immortal mansion through the hole in the 9-dragon divine fire pillar. Huang Tian, to think that you're still alive. When the white-robed old man saw the golden old man, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't think that someone from the Gold Clan would still be alive. This was unbelievable. Xiange, aren't you still alive? The golden old man, Huang Tian, charged towards the white-robed old man. 18 golden rainbows danced around his body, and the golden spear in his hand had ancient golden Tao runes. Very well. Let us continue the unfinished battle in the ancient times. The white-robed old man, Xiange, said loudly. After that, he wielded the truncheon and charged towards the golden old man. They were already opponents in the ancient times. I didn't think that the two of them would have such a relationship. A figure appeared high in the sky in the south. His body was surrounded by black and white yin-yang qi. His figure was faintly discernible in the yin-yang qi, and no one could see his true face. Out of the 4 experts, only the person in the south was very mysterious. No one knew his background, only that he was a powerful existence invited by the Gold family. This mysterious man was indeed very strong, especially since he had a great killing weapon that could break the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation. Just now, it was this mysterious man who broke the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shroud that covered the entire central state immortal abode with a single sword strike. Kill! At this time, the golden old man Huang Tian and the white-robed old man Xiange were already fighting each other. The golden aura was vast and mighty, and rays of golden divine light shot out, directly cutting through the void. The golden spear seemed to have a life of its own in the old man's hand. It erupted with great power, almost nailing the white-robed old man to the void with a single stab. Good fellow, it's been so many years since we last met, but your cultivation base has increased by quite a bit. The white-robed elder barely managed to dodge the attack. Then he smashed the truncheon towards the golden-haired elder. Purple patterns of the way appeared on the truncheon, and the power of the great path exploded. Clang! The golden-haired elder raised the golden spear in his hand, blocking the attack. What? However, at the moment when the golden-haired elder blocked the truncheon of the white-robed elder, a shocking power came from the truncheon. Roar! The golden-haired elder was truly shocked. He roared in anger, and his entire body, together with his spear, was sent flying by the truncheon. He couldn't even hold the golden spear firmly, and it almost flew out of his hand. How is this possible? The golden-haired elder felt the pain from his hands. He knew that his hands that were holding the spear had been torn apart by the power of the opponent. Golden divine blood seeped out. Humph! Since you're here, there's no need for you to leave today. As the white-robed elder spoke, he smashed the truncheon towards the golden-haired elder again. On the surface of the truncheon, Patterns of the way appeared faintly, and the power of the great path erupted. This power was too strong. The golden-haired elder's heart palpitated. Swish! The golden-haired elder was both shocked and angry. He attacked with all his strength, thrusting his spear towards the white-robed elder. The head of the golden spear turned into a dragon's head, and a majestic, draconic aura spread out. The golden spear arrived first, and before the white-robed elder's truncheon could reach the golden-haired elder, the spearhead had already pierced the elder's forehead. However, the white-robed elder suddenly changed his attack, using the truncheon to smash the body of the golden spear, and the golden spear was sent flying. Bang! Immediately after, the white-robed elder's heavenly thunder palm landed on the golden-haired elder's chest. Endless purple lightning instantly enveloped the golden-haired elder. Boom! With a loud bang, the purple lightning flashed, and the power of the purple lightning exploded on the golden-haired elder, sending him flying tens of thousands of meters away. Defeated, the golden spear was sent flying, and even the golden-haired elder was hit by the heavenly thunder palm. This result was shocking. One should know that the golden-haired elder, Huang Tian, was a fierce person. In the ancient times, Huang Tian had already made a name for himself. Arg! The golden-haired elder roared to the sky. He was seriously injured, and the power of the purple lightning was very overbearing. It directly shattered the golden fighting will on his body, and the destructive power of the lightning penetrated his body, destroying his vitality and shaking his spiritual soul. Boom! A shocking aura suddenly exploded from the golden-haired elder, and 18 golden rainbows appeared around him again. He stretched out his hand, and the golden spear immediately flew back into his hand. You have angered me. The golden-haired elder stared at the white-robed elder, and there seemed to be golden lightning weaving in his eyes, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. The seal has been removed. At this moment, the white-robed elder could not help but be moved. The golden-haired elder had already removed the first seal on him, and released power that surpassed the level of a saint-to-be. Of course, no one dared to remove all the seals on their bodies, because once they returned to the saint level, it would mean death, and no one would be able to escape. No one could resist that supreme power in the unseen world. They could only fall. Humph! Even if the seal is removed, you are still no match for me, because the truncheon in my hand is a Run Huang divine weapon. At this moment, there was no need to hide anything anymore. The white-robed elder revealed the origins of the truncheon in his hand. It was a divine weapon refined by a supreme human, a Run Huang divine weapon. What